see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Oh no, it's here, it's here. All right, folks, there's an election coming up, you know. Big election coming up. I want you to take a look at this. And head boy, I can't see head boy, but I know you're watching. You can't hear me? You can't hear me? Jeffrey?
No, I'm saying to your head boy is in the studio waiting to let him in.
No, I know. But I don't know if he's watching or listening.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying. Ed boy, I want you to watch this because Ed boy, I know you have a take on this. I want to get your take on this. I want to get Jeffrey's take and Kevin's take, and I know the audience, guests, our family members, they will have a take on this. But please look at this and tell me if you see the message. If you get the message, here we go.
Story about a big man who died and went to the other side. On that day, God had decreed that whoever arrives must choose where to go, whether heaven or hell. So this man was excited. He demanded to visit hell first. And he got into something which looked like a lift, and he went down to hell. When the doors opened, things were glorious. The devil had no tail. The devil had no horns. He even met his friends. They were healthy, eating well, drinking well, making merry. Then it was time up, and he then demanded to be taken to heaven. In heaven, the picture was nice. Angels floating around, good music, the Lord Almighty presiding and reigning supreme. Finally, he was asked, what's your choice? Because you are not going to be judged. There's no judgment today. Judge for yourself. He thought, you know, these bishops have been telling lies and spoiling the name of the devil. The devil is a very fine man. He looks after his people. Now all these imams in the mosque making noise, saying Satan, Satan. This man is not bad at all. And in any case, heaven seems to be overrated. As a matter of fact, it's a bit boring. That was the debate in his head. So when the angel asked him to choose, he said, I have chosen that I'll go to hell, now that I've seen it with my own eyes. And the angel said, get into the lift. He got into the lift and it took him down, but when the doors opened, things had changed. The place looked like a desert. His friends were wearing dirty clothes. They were eating from the garbage pit. And the devil was now complete in his devilish regalia. The tail was out, the horns were out, and he was carrying a whip. So he tiptoed towards the devil and said, excuse me, sir, you remember me, don't you? I was here the other day. You surely remember me. And Lucifer said, go to hell, I don't remember you. What do you have to say anyway? He said, you know, the other day things were very nice here. Things have been changed for the worse today. What's happening? The devil said, I'm sorry, my friend. The day you came, we were campaigning. So, now, therefore, we need to tell our people to know that there's life after campaigns. Okay. Thank you very much.
Head boy, give me a take on that, sir. Please.
He's not in studio, right?
Oh, when there? Oh, see, man. Okay. Head boy, talk to me. Is he
Head boy?
on?
Not hearing at all.
All right. Well, you're up, Jeffrey.
Boy, listening to that man, you know, he's trying to tell people, hey, regardless of what, after every campaign, the two political parties and the leaders are together drinking some champagne and talking up the things and, you know, living a life better than how we're living our lives. So it's best that we don't fight over them.
All right, that's your take. All right,
Yeah.
talk to me, Kevin. Where you get from that?
Okay. My
And there's no wrong or right answer. No, there's no wrong or right answer.
It's always glitz and glamour in the campaign. Everything look pretty, shiny and new, dazzling and exciting. Just waiting for you to come and inviting for you to just come and partake of it. And then you wait 9 years to see what was being flashed before your eyes.
That's it. All right. Put on headboard for me there. Put on headboard for me there.
Head boy, talk your talk.
Let me put him up.
Oh, I'm gone again?
I'm gone again. I don't see
I'm
him.
gone again. Well, head boy must be having connection problems.
Right.
Jeffrey,
Here's what I
could find out for me, please.
Here's what I
See if you can find out if head boy having connection problems.
Here's what I got from it. What I got from it is this. Elections should be held every year. I know it's not possible, but it's just a thought. You know why? As them call it, Janet, a modest proposal, right? Here's why. Because it's only around election time that people start to get service. Some of us start to get service. It's only around election time you see them start to them build houses. It's only around election time you hear them fix roads. It's only around election time you see them give you water. It's only around election time you hear them give you school bus. It's only around election time you hear them go do this and them do that for you. Your man say there's life after election. You see, the man go hell, you know, and him go hell nice. And when him go back, you hear the devil said to him, the day you came here, we were campaigning. The campaign over.
That's it.
Campaign over. So now, welcome to misery. People, let this be a message and a warning to you. That there is life after campaign. And the idea that they're going to promise you things now, on the eve of election, be very, very careful. Because you have seen this movie before. You've seen this movie before. Don't go to hell and let them show you all of the fancy things, all of this stuff, and then you just walk away and choose hell. Don't do it. Because the day that you went there, they were campaigning. They were campaigning. Take a look at this, people. Go ahead, Kevin.
But we have seen that. The last big campaign was how many years ago?
What, 2020? The last big one.
Yeah, well, that was COVID. Nobody came out for that.
Yeah. But see, remember now, from 2016, they made promises that they still haven't fulfilled. And now
That
them
was the
are
last big campaign.
Yeah, and now them come with something called achievement. And them say, yes, we have a list of achievements that we're going to regale you with. We're going to show you all of this stuff and we're going to entertain you with all of it. People, remember. It's like, I heard a story one time that this man had dated this woman. And him, most flowers, most dinners, most romance and everything. And after him get the woman and everything like that, him start treat the woman away. And the lady said to him, why you're different. You're not the same person. And he said, the person you met was my representative. No, you met me.
That is it.
The person you met was my representative. No, you are dealing with the real me, right? So that is what happened, people. When it's election time, you meet the representatives. And after the election, then you meet the real devil, the real demons. That's where you meet them. I want to show you a lie that we could always, we played it last week, but we're doing it in a different style, as I'm saying, a different style today. Here it is.
We don't have to use taxpayers' resources as a party to campaign.
You hear that? We don't have to use taxpayers' money as a party to campaign. Then what is this?
I can't hear this one. I want to hear this. Shawak.
We don't have to.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Remember you just done say.
We don't have to use taxpayers' resources as a party to campaign.
Presents Vintage Stars, Saturday, August 23rd at the Police Officers Club, Hope Road, starring Ken Booth, Charlie Chaplin, Josie Wales, Junior Cat, Admiral Bailey, Jem Myers, and Robert Sargent. Tickets available at Derek Harriet's, Twin Gate Plaza, Footprints Cafe and Restaurant, 5 Belmont Road, LaShawn Supermarket, formerly John R. Wong, New Kingston, Police Officers Club, Hope Road, Portmore Mall Pharmacy, and Genus Pharmacy, Portmore. So that's Vintage Stars. Don't miss it. Be there. Vintage Stars.
Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 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 My people, can you hear me? Can you hear? Elaine Turner said, good. Patel said, yes. I sir. Up, up, up. All right. OT, from the top, please. You know we have to big up the people, them. JM Master Songwriter, big up yourself, big up yourself. It's B. Stay so, stay so. ACLB. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enough blessings. Doreth. Blessings, blessings, Doreth. Miss E, big up yourself. More life, more strength, more love. That was say. That was say. Keep it going, OT. Keep it going. Jeffrey, greetings, 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 greetings. Jeffrey. Monica. Oh, Monica, big up Elaine. Monica, me a big you up. All right. Joey Blackzy. Bless up, bless up, bless up, Joey Blackzy. Bless up, bless up. Hey, Joey Blacks, keep your thing ready now because we might have some interference later on. I'm hoping that we don't, but just in case we have that, I know you're ready. Patel, good evening. Welcome, Patel. Big up yourself. Carla Ebanks, bless up, bless up, bless up. Keep it going, OT. Jove Laird, blessings, blessings. Ah, mega, 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 mega. See, mega, big up our producer, you know. Big up yourself, Mega. Brooklyn is safe. Mega is here. Keep it going, OT. Orville, right. Hey, big up yourself, Orville. Stay so. Big up the family. Everything nice. Keep it going, OT. Big J64. Hey, big up yourself. Alkebulan, Toronto is always in the building when Alkebulan is around. Keep it going. Mr. B, big up yourself, Mr. B. Stay so. Big up your nice, nice self, Cecile. Bless up yourself, Cecile. Bless up yourself and your family. Janet Monday. Good night, Janet. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Keep it going. Marva, Marva, Marva. Good evening, Marva. Hope everything is fine and dandy. Karen, big up yourself. Bree, big up yourself. Keep it going. Rosalie Ricketts. Big up yourself. Good evening, Rosalie. Glad to have you with us. Amanda Bryant. Let me see. Mr. Rattigan, there's an article in today's New Observer that suggests some error with the proclamation date for the elections by the GG. Wondering what the implication of this error. Interesting, Amanda, because I haven't seen it. I'd like to know more. I was out today, and you guys are going to be very, very pleased when I tell you what happened today. But I'm interested in knowing a little bit more about that proclamation date. So, because there shouldn't be an error. We've been doing elections now for quite some time. But if you find out anything more, Amanda, before the end of the program, please let me know because I'm unaware of what's going on. All right. One done. Manners and respect. Philip Francis, please share this message with Andrew. What the message, Philip? You want to? Please. Okay. Yeah, one done. Oh, wait, that's true. Only ask questions. You know the answer to them. Yeah, that's true. Amanda, big up Elaine. Keep it going. Keep it going, OT. Merle! Most beautiful girl in the world. Merle said, I wonder if it's the missing fertilizer Juliet feeling the five. Merle, you know easy, no Merle. You know easy. Glad to have you, Merle. Big up yourself. Marcia Este. Marcia, big up Elaine. Elaine, stay so. Keep it going. Yes, Marva. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. That's it, OT. Oh, Denise. Oh, Anne-Marie. Big up yourself, Anne-Marie. Big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. Anthony Stewart. There you go, the watermelon boss. Ah, Anthony, you know it. You know it, you know it, you know it, you know it. Yes, OT. Next. Okay, how much time Rasta can sign up? Because more 10 I'm this upon a draw, Prism Street, the resources and acquired from all of them. Hey, good point, Alkebulan. Good point well taken. Do something about that. Beverly Edward, good evening to you as well. Honeybee said no sound. Honeybee, you can't hear me? Honeybee, can you hear me? Yes, no. Petra, bless up. Keep it going. Charmin, not hearing? I served up, way up there. Oh, Honeybee, hearing now. All right, good. Thanks for joining us, Honeybee. Annie Jones, it's clear. Yeah. Melford Campbell, yes, sir. Dorothy McCoy said, yeah, them can't hear me. Erica, hey, Erica, big up yourself. Go long time, good long, no tune. Erica, you know it going on. I have to talk to you. You're supposed to tune in all the time, Erica. But we know it go already. You're busy and things like that. So whenever you can tune in, you tune in. Much appreciated. Big up yourself. And your family too. Charmaine, yes, greetings. Hey, Michael Campbell, man. Michael Campbell. Real star boy around here. Big up yourself, Michael. Yes, thanks for joining us. Leonie Denton. Oh, Leonie is hearing me. Yes. Keep it going. Erlene Edwards. Bless up. What's the topic tonight, Erica? Hey, I don't know. It depends on the phone calls. You know what I mean? I'll go wherever the phone calls take me. But if you have something you want to talk about, Erica, just drop it in the chat and we'll be more than happy to oblige you. Randolph Riley, Father God loves and mercy over all things. The struggle is real. Yes, indeed. Melford, Independent City in the house. One love. Yes, sir. Paula E., awesome Wednesday evening to Mr. Ratty and crew. Looking forward to a productive and informative conversation. Paula and Eddie. All right, Paula and Eddie. Big up on yourself. We hope to please. Charmaine Janelle, welcome. Mike Jones, so the thing set, right, Ratty? Yes, indeed. I saw the thing set. And sometimes you have to bend it, sometimes you have to break it. But I saw it set, but not set like that for life. So we're going to try to see what we can do for set things straight. You real Dharma, big up yourself. Thank you, sir. Can they talk with 876 by birth? Bless up to you, Rebel with a cause. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thanks for the support. Mr. B, they claim Gigi said Thursday 3rd when it's Wednesday 3rd. Oh, yeah, that's an easy fix. Yeah, but that's something that shouldn't happen because the Gigi, he has a ton of support. And support in terms of people, advisors, lawyers, counselors, all kinds of people around him. Shouldn't make that mistake. But then again, the man is probably not he's probably not in charge of all of his faculties, because remember, he just went through a traumatic experience, and I'm not sure that he has recovered from it, because I see him doing his best to put on a good front, but that surgery there, I think it has taken a lot out of him. But no excuse. Jeffrey Tavares, was appointed Jamaica's new DPP. DPP can mean a whole heap of things in a Jeffrey, but I'll leave it there. Yes, Mr. Boomba. Althea, big up yourself. Oh, Michael says it's the beginning of the rigging process for the election. Yeah. They're adding fuel to the fire for people who are suspicious of their activities. So, Michael, I think you're onto something there. We shall see. Bernal James, Sir Ratty up top. They will try everything to throw us off, but won't happen. Time come and all of them will have to answer us, Jamaicans. Yes, indeed, Bernal. You're so right. Joan Samuda. Good evening, Joan. Welcome to the program. Peter Henry, blessings, sir. Thanks for joining us. Oh, you really welcome, Jeffrey, the new DPP. Herline says, yeah, I think the GG makes an error. Yeah, but that shouldn't happen, though. It shouldn't happen, Herline, because he has a ton of people around him. That's unforgivable, But what you going to do? There's nothing you can do to the GG. Nothing you can do to the GG. So, all right. Carol Allen. Carol, big up yourself. Big up. Blessings on top of blessings. Marie May. Yes. Marie, may I welcome you to the program. Enel Cunningham. Of Come people like and share and get the good information around there. Yes, Inel. Thanks for the encouragement. Much appreciated. Petra, Ratty, if Parliament is dissolved, who then is in charge still? The PM. I believe, and I'm open to being fully corrected, that the GG is in charge if Parliament is dissolved. I guess depending on the circumstances, but I will check Petra and get back to you with a definitive answer. Tune in this Saturday for that. Kim Brown, good night. Good night, Kim Brown. Welcome. Tampo 1960 TV, up top to you too. Thanks for stopping by and spending, valuable time with us. We in Grayson, no third term loading. I tell you what, if I have my way, no third term. It has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with performance and people. That's it. Performance and people. Maureen Hines, good evening. Professor, thank you. Maureen, big up the family too. Devon Fletcher. Greetings, Mr. Rattigan. Keep up the great work. I'm going to put spin on this. If we, the people, give back Jamaica to JLPism, we will become indigent, plus vote to make choice for a better inclusive Jamaica. I agree with you, Devon. I agree with you. I agree. 100%. Thanks for being here with us. Is that it, OT? That's it. Yeah, when you say that, that's the cue for me to just jump in at the thing. People, I don't know where to start. I am just bubbling with excitement. I had a wonderful day today. They started out, I don't know, kind of, oh, Jeffrey's asking about my cognac friend. Gillian Murray, Gillian, Gillian, I don't know, bye. Look like I forgot to check my phone, Gillian, because I think you're onto something now. Yes, Gillian, they did call today. But you know how it is, right? Tell them, say, sorry, no can do. And Jeffrey's asking about, did you see the video with your cognac friend? No. Which video, Jeffrey? Is it the one with two gentlemen alongside him and they were talking about Mark Golding about them not ever seeing Mark Golding in court? Is that the one? Because if that's the one, I've seen it. If it's something more recent, I haven't. So I just said that. All right. Yeah. People, the day started out, I had a lot of errands to do. I have a lot of errands to do, and I've been putting some of them off. And I did some of them today, and then I went out and paid a visit to some folks. And let me see. Well, they have two common first names, but we're going to talk about that later, because people, when I tell you, I'm just going to give you a little bit of what we will be talking about on Saturday. You have to tune in. All right, let me break it down. We tried to bring stories of interest, stories to make you think and think about your situation as a Jamaican. What you can do to make a contribution. What are your thoughts about the direction the country is headed, etc. So we do that. We do that on a regular basis. We try to stay away from the news that's just sensational. That's not our forte, and I don't think you'd expect that from me, because my history suggests something else. It suggests that we are going, and by the way, nothing against sensationalism, nothing against the drama, nothing against any of that. But people have different styles. People have different styles. Yes, Mr. B. People have different styles. And so my style is more like, and you have to understand, my style is coming from a background where you investigate, and you defend, or you prosecute. It's a very focused style. And why I think it's important for Jamaica and Jamaicans is that we have become known as the land of 9-day wonders, where things happen, we talk about for a bit, and then they get swept under the rug, and then people forget about them, and you move on to the next thing. And we believe that we need to reinforce what we're doing around here. So time after time, you'll hear us go back and we'll talk about something that happened 3 weeks, 4, 5, 10 weeks ago. And it's a reminder to you that you should never forget. And also, we're not distracted around here. And I'll give you an example. Sarah, Southeast Health Regional Authority, the same group that purchased the drill for almost $200,000, when that drill could be purchased for about $25,000, $30,000. That group, Sarah, they just gave a contract to 3 security firms. 2 of them are owned by Mr. Kenny Benjamin for $3.1 billion to provide security. Security for hospitals, certain hospitals, not nationwide, certain hospitals. And you say, well, wait a minute. Why are you spending that much money for security when there's nothing inside the hospitals to secure? They have no beds. They have no equipment. They don't have any resources. When I say they don't have any, I'm not saying it in an absolute term. I'm just saying that for the most part, they don't have things that are necessary to provide for the healthcare of our people. So wouldn't it make sense then to buy the things and then you think about security, or at least buy some of the things and start providing a service to people? And if you're providing service to people and you open the place for 24 hours, you really don't have to worry about security, or you worry about security to a lesser degree. That's just my thought process, that you're going to spend $3.1 billion to protect facilities that don't have anything to protect. Now, that story came in and it flew under the radar. Because you know why? It was reported. It was not investigated. And therein lies the difference. It was reported, but it wasn't investigated. It was reported, I think, once. And it just flew under the radar because it came in just about the time that the rural school bus program, that scandal came about, and people just didn't pay attention. What we do around here, and until election day, we're going to be going back and you know, updating some of the stories that we did, with the purpose of reminding you about some of the important things that you may have forgotten. You may not have forgotten, but it doesn't hurt to hear it. Paulette, big up yourself, big up yourself. So, explorers, what is the calling number? We'll soon put that up. We'll soon put that up. So, so this Saturday, I'm not skipping by tonight, because we're going to talk about some issues tonight. But I'm just reminding you that Saturday, you must tune in. We have said that all of our programs are insightful, they're significant, they're educational. They can't miss programs. But this Saturday, for all the people who support the Prime Minister, despite what is going on with him and his financial situation, and FID, and the Integrity Commission, and the Jamaican people, we are going to provide you with information that he certainly does not want you to know about. We are going to dig deep into his financial affairs. And by extension, we're going to dig deep into his psychological situation. We're not saying he's unstable, but we're going to provide you insights as to why he thinks how he thinks. And that will give you a clue as to the things that he has done and the things that he's doing. Also, we're going to talk about a gentleman, a member of parliament for West Portland, Minister Darrell Vaz. We're going to look at his involvement, or we're going to continue to look at his involvement in the rural school bus program. And you're going to find it interesting. You're going to find it very interesting. I just happened to come off the phone with a very, very strong supporter of the JLP. Very strong supporter. And he's very upset. Very, very upset. You know why? I showed him some documents that I received today. Or actually, I didn't show him. I told him about documents I received today. And I sent him a video. And it has to do with the rural school bus program. Folks, you are going to be very depressed when you listen to the things I have to say. And you know me. I always have I try always to have a document that I can point to and say, you know why I'm thinking this way? It's because of this. And I try to make sure that the document is authentic. And it can't be more authentic than when you get it from the person. You know, if you get it online, if you get it in the newspaper, but when you receive that document in your hand and the person saying, this is from me to you, do what you want with it. So we're going to be looking at Minister Vaz to see why we believe that the $1.4 billion spent or allocated to the rural school bus program needs to be examined closely. Very, very closely. And you're going to be the judge. We're going to present the evidence, and you will be the judge. I trust you. I respect your political affiliation, whatever it is. But I trust that you will execute good judgment. You will be independent in your thinking. You will be fair-minded. And if you are, you will see where I'm going. Last week, Saturday, we had a very good program where we talked about the rural school bus program. We talked about the Prime Minister and his financial affairs. And then they had a mass meeting on Sunday And they came out saying a lot of things that just aren't true. Which means that now we have to provide you with evidence debunking what they've said. And that's my pleasure. I'm only too happy to do that. Where there is credit to be afforded, we will grant that credit. But where there is demerit, where there is fraud, waste, abuse, corruption, kleptocracy, you name it, we are going to call them out. We are going to call them out. So, OT, you as a producer have a lot of leverage around here. You know me, I just come and I just sit and I talk, but you, to a very large degree, determine what I will talk about. So, what do you want me to talk about, OT? You want me to talk about that picture that you put up there? Or I see Jamaica's clean future, Jamaica's fight against, Jamaica's future, Jamaica's public transportation, housing, Jamaica's recycling. What do you want me to talk about? OT, you're killing me. All right, let me see this. Let's start with this. All right, folks. You see that picture? That picture was taken 3 hours ago. That picture was taken 3 hours ago. That bus is mine. You know, I heard a story about buses that were being given away. And I happened to have a phone call, a conversation with someone who said that they have the bus. They have a bus. And today, you heard me talking about the chores I had to do today, the things I had to do. And I drove out. I drove out from my house to a certain area. And there's the bus. And I have my documents. Now, I want to big up those two gentlemen I met with today. I won't call any names, but I want to big up those two gentlemen. I met with two brothers today, two of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Because I called them today and I said, listen, I want to come and see this bus with my own two eyes. And when I see this bus, I want to drive this bus. I don't have a license to drive a bus. You need a special license for that. But I said, if it's possible, I want to drive it because if you have enough acreage, I could probably drive it in your yard. And the gentleman said, Mr. Rattigan, you're most welcome. We would love to see you. I said, can I come today? Yes, indeed. How about early afternoon? At your service. And so I drove to their residence. And when I drove in, I saw the bus. And we did some videos. I drove the bus. Did some videos, drove the bus. And I said to the gentleman, in fact, I spoke to another person that he introduced me to. And let me just tell you this, because we're saving some of the story for Saturday. But let me just tell you this. Charmaine, good question. Let me just tell you this, that there is absolutely no way that Minister Vaz spent $1.4 billion buying those buses or buses like that. No, Joey Blogs. But you will see the video. You'll see the video. Some people have seen the video. And in fact, the video, I sent it to a JLP supporter and I said to him, that's a 2010 bus enough, similar to what Minister, some of the buses that Minister Vaz purchased. And when the person saw the video and I told the person how much the bus was purchased for and how much I had to, what I had to do to acquire it, because the gentleman, again, won't call on him, but big up on yourself, my brethren. Big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. Jamaica owes an eternal debt to both of you. The gentleman said to me, "You want the title?" And I said, "No, no, because I received the title by WhatsApp." And I said, "No, man." He said, "No, man, but you need the original title." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Not really. I don't need the original title." He said, No, you need the original title." He went into his house. He came out and he gave me the original title and the original bill of sale. And he said, "Bus is yours. Do whatever you want to do with it. We want to make a contribution to Jamaica." He said, "I'm making the contribution to you. You make it to Jamaica." And we're in the process right now of getting more buses. See, Tom, we have the bill of sale. We have the bill of sale, and we have the title. Title. Wait there. Bill of sale. When you can't see it now, because we want to redact some names. Because in fact, I told OT that we don't even have time to do a whole bunch of things for today's program because I'm busy getting this bus. So this bus you see right here is going to, and all the buses we get, they're going to church groups, they're going to communities, they're going to soccer clubs. They are not going to to transport our children, because these buses pose a health hazard. If you're a young person, your lungs cannot deal with the emissions from the diesel fuel or from the diesel being burnt. You just cannot. And that's why the US government has seen it fit to get rid of all of these buses and to come up with low emissions diesel buses and electric buses, but not these buses here. They're not good for children. So we said, all right, we'll take the buses and we'll send them out and we'll send them to a church group. If they want to go on a church picnic, it's not something they're going to use every day. Plus, as an adult, your system can handle the emissions better. So we're going to reach out to church groups and say, "You want a bus? We have a bus for you, free of charge." Community groups, you want a bus for your community? Free of charge. You have a soccer club that the football club people need to travel back and forth. We have a bus for you. And we are hoping that some of these buses will be turned into mobile libraries. They'll turn into mobile clinics. They'll turn into maybe storage facilities. They'll turn into whatever. But the one thing that they won't be used for, and that is to transport our children. Well, Marie, that's a good question. Why are you sending the left-hand bus drivers to Jamaica? Here's why, Marie. this bus works. And remember, it won't be making stops like a school bus. So, for example, if a church group wants to go on a picnic, because they want to go Duns River, if they drive onto the church premises, there's no danger there if you have to board on the right side. And when, oh yeah, Yvonne, you're right. Use them for restaurant as well. And when you get to Duns River, there is no danger when you park it if you have to get out on the right side. These buses are not making stops between locations. So you pick up, like for example, a soccer club. You say, okay, we'll meet at this one place. You meet at that place. Everybody gets on, and then you go to the game. And that's it. But the thing is, these buses are not good for children. And I'll show you the report from the Environmental Protection Agency. They have no problems with adults riding in these buses because they're saying youngsters, their systems are still developing, and it's unhealthy to have them in a situation where you have the levels of emissions. So what about driving on the road? It's the same thing as what they're doing right now, except that we're going to require, the only thing we tell people is if we give the bus, make sure that the person who's driving it, that person is licensed, trained to drive the bus. Well, that's it. No, if Jamaica says, listen, if Jamaica says, we don't want the buses, then guess what? We will find another country. There are lots of countries out there who would love to have these buses. And again, not for children. Not for children. And Charmaine, this bus here, the differential is made to climb hills because the place where this bus is, it's a hilly terrain. So that we don't have to worry about. But again, we don't have to argue with anybody and them say, boy, it depends on the left hand side, boy, this, boy, that, boy, that. All them have to say is that we're not interested. And guess what? If you say we're not interested, it costs you nothing. Think about what just happened. Cost you 1.4 billion. So if we said to a church group, listen, here are the dangers attributed to this bus. The steering wheel is on the left-hand side. You have to board on the right, and then also you have to have a trained driver and all of this stuff. And if they say we're not interested, c'est la vie. No problem. We move on to another country. But we just figured that we'd offer this to Jamaica. And also we want to also expose the minister to say what you did was just terrible. What you did was just terrible. And we started exposing him, and we're gonna get into it even more. We're gonna get into it even more. So even if you don't take the buses, even if Jamaica says we don't want the buses, right? Then, and they say we don't want the buses because the buses are this and the buses are that, then we say fine, no problem. But then you still have to deal with the minister and the buses that are there. So we're not your problem. It will be the minister and the buses there. Murray said, no disrespect, move on to another country. Well, Murray, I hear you. I understand you. But let the people of Jamaica decide. Let's hear let me push it out to them. Let's hear what they have to say. Because we might give it to another country and hear, how ungrateful we are that we come from Jamaica. We never even thought about talking to Jamaicans about it. So I say, let the people decide. We won't decide. All we're saying is that we have them available and we can send them to you. And if you want them, fine. If you don't want them, it's fine too. Because these buses, you can use them for a myriad of purposes. A lot of reasons, ways you can use them. You don't have to use some. In fact, some of them you don't even have to drive. Some of them you don't even have to drive. You can turn them into classrooms. Mobile classrooms. You can turn them into classrooms. And you just move them on the or in fact, you don't even have to move them. You just leave them right there. But I leave that up to everybody to decide. So, but tune in Saturday and you're going to get the full story. You're going to hear me describing the bus. You're going to see me inside the bus. You're going to see me driving the bus. So there we go. All right. Head boy is not here yet. All right. let's move on. People, don't forget. Oh, wait a minute. What's this one here? Opa. Oh, that's another picture. Opa, you know, easy, you know. That's another picture. And there's a video that goes along with that, but let me move that. People, don't forget, you have to sign up the Magnitsky. This Sunday, we are going to deal with this issue. We're going to show you how to navigate this petition because we know some of you are having a hard time getting to where you can register your vote or your support. So this Sunday, and you're going to hear it on Saturday as well, we're going to talk about ATIs and we're going to go into the Magnitsky. And ATIs, you're going to find it quite interesting if you are if you have an interest in finding out what the information from your government, you're going to find this program interesting because I'm going to show you how they have tried to delay providing the information. I'm going to show you the different ways that they go about trying not to give you information. And I have an example that came about yesterday, and it's as blatant as you can get in terms of trying not to provide information that you are required to provide to the public. And you're going to see it. I'm going to point it out to you, and I'm going to tell you how to get around it. One of the things that you need to do is you need to have time for these things, because that's what they'll do. They'll stretch it out. They'll wait you out. But that's one of the things I've got a lot of time. So I can sit back and file and have them play games, and I just play along with them. But in the end, I am supremely confident that I will win. Oh, Ubuntu says send him to Balmaji and we'll go retrofit kit that we'll go. But somebody mentioned they can use them for, for the restaurants, you can classrooms, you can use them for, sell things out of. There you go. All right, let me remove that. Oti, what's this? Jamaica's clean future. Is this the Prime Minister? Let me see.
Make Jamaica clean as a whistle. Now, an area in which I would wish we would have done more is garbage collection, public sanitation. I am not pleased with how my country looks. I'm not pleased. But we have done quite a bit. In fact, we have done more than the previous government. We have refleeted the NSWMA with over 100 new vehicles, including tipper trucks and crane trucks. And we have more trucks coming. But that is not going to be the major solution for keeping our country clean. In our next term, we will...
Well, OT have to stop right there. So he's not happy about a lot of things. He's had 9 years to be happy. Some of these things he's talking about, he promised them in 2016. And now he's asking for a third term. To do what? And by the way, solid waste. I've been told that's one place where they chop money. That's where I've been told that's one place where they chop a lot of money over there. A lot of chopping goes on over there. That's what I've been told. We're looking into it. We're looking into it. Ivan, you're not easy, Ivan, not easy. All right, here we go.
Start by engaging a public-private partnership with the private sector to increase the number of garbage collection units that we have right across the island. It will be contracted out in a significant...
He's been saying this for a number of years. Don't believe him.
...way, which will ensure that every community in Jamaica will have regular garbage collection services. We will
That is not going to be fulfilled. He's very absolute. He said every. That's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. That is, you know what? Let me please. I'm gonna look for something here. Hold on one second. May I forgot this?
a new sanitary landfill. We have already identified where that will be, and we have done the work on that. And we will decommission Riverton City as a dump as it is. We will work with the communities that are in and around Riverton City, and eventually Riverton City will become the next frontier for economic development in Kingston. If we are able to do that, decommission Riverton City, clear it up, take off the rubbish off it, and make those lands available. It will take time, but if we do that, we immediately improve the health of the people of Kingston, because that, I hate to call it a dump, but it's not a landfill, it's not a properly managed area, but the toxin that releases every time there is a fire, and generally has a general impact. And just by doing that, we can improve the health of the people. The big thing that we're going to do is to introduce a massive program of recycling of waste, which will include the separation of garbage and to turn waste into energy.
Well, we've heard that before several times, and we're hearing it again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, thrice, and otherwise, shame on me. So people, if you've been fooled up, and I know Riverton very well. I used to go to Riverton, go look crab, land crab. I used to go over there, go through the dump. I know that place very well. And we've heard this speech many times before. And we're hearing it again. More promises, more promises, more promises. There's a video I want to play for you that reflects on everything that happened this past Sunday night. I'm going to try and see if I can get Kevin to pull it up, because OT doesn't have access to that. So, but here we go.
What it means is that your plastic will have value, because the plastic will become the fuel for the new energy plant. And that is something that we have already committed to, and we will put in place in the new government. We will make Jamaica clean as a whistle. I also want to talk to our young people, because as I surveyed this crowd, they have drones flying over, and I'm looking at the footage. And there is a lot of young people in the crowd. In fact, there are more young people in the crowd than I had expected. Majority of the crowd is young people. And I want you to be assured that this is the party for you. We are the party that is best for young people. Young people want, my friend, thank you. Young people want opportunity. They want education. They want employment. They want access to start their own business, whether it is in the creative enterprises or in manufacturing or in agriculture. They want opportunity. And so we have started to repurpose HEART to focus on providing our young people with not just skills, but with the opportunities to convert those skills into economic benefit. The PNP promised a program called JEEP. It was called the Jamaica Emergency Employment Program. I don't know if you remember that. The JEEP program was supposed to provide quick employment, especially to young people, but it's really what you call crash work. Nothing wrong with crash work, it's stop a gap. That is when unemployment was in the 13%. When we came in, we didn't promise any such program. What we gave was a program called the HOPE program. And under the HOPE program, we took 20,000 youngsters and we train them in work-ready skills. And it always gives me so much pride when I meet them. Recently, I met one young lady who said, "Prime Minister, you don't remember me." Well, I can't remember 1 out of 20,000, but she said, "You came to where I was training. I was learning to stitch and sew." And she says, "I now have that skill. I do my training, my stitching and my dressmaking. But you know what? The other skills that I have learned, I am now a travel agent." Today, Jamaica has the lowest unemployment rate in its history of 3.3%. I want to draw an analogy. Someone sent me a note, and I just want to point out that note. We are just reaching 3.3%. We have never been 3.3% unemployment in Jamaica. In 1978, Singapore, listen to me good now. Singapore is a country the size of the parish of St. James. It has currently about 5 million people. Jamaica has about 2.8 million people. Back then, its population would have been the size of Jamaica now. In 1978, 47 years ago, Singapore had an unemployment rate of intimately aware of it. And that is why we have targeted to build 70,000 new houses in Jamaica. And we have programmed that 70,000 houses, well programmed. The NHT has already programmed 50,000 of that, and the HAJ and the new social housing program, in addition to what we are building in Bernard Lodge, will complete the commitment of 70,000 new houses. Tonight, I repeat the further commitment that our next government will put in train another 60,000 new housing solution for the people of Jamaica. The objective is to increase the supply of housing so that the price of houses can stabilize and get cheaper. That is the real challenge. This administration has unlocked the secret of doing that. We are doing it under the NHT. We are doing it.
Let me just go back to the video. I think it's this video. Hold on a second.
For example, when I was a much younger boy, I was coming home from work with my mother. My mother used to work at the NIS office.
Is it this?
The sad news. We have been bringing down the murder rate. We'll do it. I was in.
No. That's not it. It's the. I'm looking for the one where he mentioned Singapore. Is it this?
Talk a little bit about public transportation. Free transportation to all school children, from September, full in my community. Housing. As I walk the communities and I go into some of the homes, I see the conditions. Some people not living anywhere, and I want all of you to know this. I was born in Spanish Town at 56 Cumberland Road in a board house with my great-grandmother, and I moved from my great-grandmother. I live with my mother, then I go back to live with my grandmother until my mother got an NHT house. I know personally the struggles for housing that this nation has gone through. I am intimately aware of it, and that is why we have targeted to build 70,000 new houses in Jamaica, and we have programmed that 70,000 houses well.
Opal, do me a favor. Just move the picture, this picture here for me, so we have more room. And then just give me the video where he talked about the unemployment rate and Singapore, please. Stay with me, folks. We're going to show you something. All right. Here's what we're going to do while Opal is doing that. I played this video last week. Oh, you know what? Better late than never. Let me just... Hold on a second. Let me. See, I didn't want to give too much away, but you're here and I owe it to you. We should have started the program with this. On a note of oneness, on a note of nationalism, on a note of being Jamaican.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learn about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, Maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
All right, Hopal, if you can hear me, I just sent you some photographs. We have some takers for the bus already. Actually, we have a taker for the bus. There's a certain school that I have a soft spot for, and they've asked for the bus to use for, and the bus is going to fit nicely into their program. So, but just put up, I just sent you some photographs. OT, if you can put those up. All right. This past Saturday, I played a video. It resonated with a lot of you. A lot of you. It's a satirical look at politics. But it's absolutely true. And that's what a satire is. It's commenting on something pertinent in a funny way. But you'll get the point. Election date has been declared. Nomination date has been declared. Despite the mistake made by the Governor General, they'll rectify that. But this election is going to happen in September, in a few weeks. And I need you to take a look at this satirical view of elections and tell me what you think. Joey Blogs, that's exactly, before I play the video, yes, I am going to assemble all the buses, and then I'm going to write to the pertinent authorities and then let them know. So then it's going to be up to the people of Jamaica to say, we demand to have these buses for our purposes, because you gave leeway to Minister Vaz to bring in these buses for our children, these buses that pose a health threat. The buses that Mr. Rattigan is sending, they're not going to be used for that purpose. They're going to be used for something else. They're going to be used as mobile clinics. They're going to be used as libraries. They're going to be used as food trucks. They're going to be used as this. They're going to be used as that. They're not going to be used to transport children. Here is a video I promised you.
Story about a big man who died and went to the other side. On that day, God had decreed that whoever arrives must choose where to go, whether heaven or hell. So this man was excited. He demanded to visit hell first. And he got into something which looked like a lift, and he went down to hell. When the doors opened, things were glorious. The devil had no tail. The devil had no horns. He even met his friends. They were healthy, eating well, drinking well, making merry. Then it was time up, and he then demanded to be taken to heaven. In heaven, the picture was nice. Angels floating around, good music, the Lord Almighty presiding and reigning supreme. Finally, he was asked, what's your choice? Because you are not going to be judged. There's no judgment today. Judge for yourself. He thought, you know, these bishops have been telling lies and spoiling the name of the devil. The devil is a very fine man. He looks after his people. Now all these imams in the mosque making noise, saying Satan, Satan. This man is not bad at all. And in any case, heaven seems to be overrated. As a matter of fact, it's a bit boring. That was the debate in his head. So when the angel asked him to choose, he said, I have chosen that I'll go to hell, now that I've seen it with my own eyes. And the angel said, get into the lift. He got into the lift, and it took him down, but when the doors opened, things had changed. The place looked like a desert. His friends were wearing dirty clothes. They were eating from the garbage pit, and the devil was now complete in his devilish regalia. The tail was out, the horns were out, and he was carrying a whip. So he tiptoed towards the devil and said, excuse me, sir, you remember me, don't you? I was here the other day. You surely remember me. And Lucifer said, go to hell, I don't remember you. What do you have to say anyway? He said, you know, the other day things were very nice here. Things have been changed for the worse today. What's happening? The devil said, I'm sorry, my friend. The day you came, we were campaigning. So, now, therefore, we need to tell our people to know that there's life after campaigns. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. You got the message. Very clear. There is life after campaign. And that's what's going on now. That's what you got a heavy dose of this past Sunday. You got a dose of promises and more promises, and promises on top of the 2016 promises, and promises on top of the 2020 promises, and promises in between 2016 and 2020, and 2020 and 2025. You had more promises this past Sunday than you could shake a stick at. It's just promises, 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 promises. But don't forget, you had a choice between heaven and hell in 2016. You made a choice. Was it a wise choice? You had another choice. Forget about the local election. You had another choice in 2020. And there was life after campaign. And now you're suffering. You're suffering twice. You've suffered the first time, and you're suffering now. And you're still choosing to go to hell. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame, shame, shame on me. You can't blame anybody. You can't blame anybody. You can't. So you hear that? Hell was great until the choice was made, and then the person was told that the day you came here and it was great, we were campaigning. We were campaigning. And so you're left with life after the campaign. And life after the campaign has not been prosperous for most of us. And you know it. You know it. A lot of you Sunday night out, you're jumping up and shouting and all that stuff. You went home to miserable conditions, the same conditions you had back in 2016, same conditions you had in 2020, same conditions. Because you have not realized your power as an investor, as an owner, and as an employer. You've only realized your worth as a voter. And the voter has only one thing to do, And that is to cast a vote every 4 or 5 years, somewhere around there. But once you've come to the realization that everything that government does should be about you, because guess what? Government doesn't have anything. They're managing things for you. You're a financier. Everything that government is doing is financed by taxpayers and international assistance, but primarily taxpayers. Everything that government, you see, government property, it's yours. And don't forget that they come to you every 4 to 5 years looking for the continuation or a new position. They come to you looking for a job. If you realize your power as a financier, an owner, and an employer, then instead of jumping up out there and going back to miserable conditions, you would be saying, we're either not coming or we're going to show up, but we're going to register our complaints. And by the way, that's not the time to register your complaints, because the things that are happening to you did not happen this past Sunday night. They've been happening for years. They've been happening for years. And so we have become victims of our own inaction, of our own acceptance. But there's an awakening. There is an awakening. There is a day of reckoning. And that day is September 3rd. You need to register your dissatisfaction. Since you haven't been doing it, now is the time. Now is the time. So now that you've heard that, how about this?
I want to state that I
stand in full support
of the best Prime Minister
since 1962.
Is a man of integrity, love,
And I am very lucky
to have an outstanding Prime Minister.
A leader that we can be so proud of.
the transformation.
I just gave away 87 black cats.
Is the best we have had.
Southwest St. Elizabeth is in full support.
Ladies first.
Of the most honorable, I should say, Dr.
and Jamaica Onis.
How could I not support a leader who is moving Jamaica forward?
And Your Holiness, continue to be the leader you are.
And I'll do everything in my powers to ensure that he
lead until he is ready to go.
Prime Minister and Party Leader,
and Your Holiness.
What you just witnessed there, my people, is a collection of hypocrites. They don't believe what they're saying. They do not. They know that he's been involved in questionable financial activities that reflects poorly on his leadership. They know. He knows it. If you ever, I'm sure you've noticed that with all the corruption going on, as a leader, you haven't heard him come out and criticize what took place and disavow his association with those people and send them off or send them away from the party. You haven't heard him criticize any of that, any of them. And you know why? Because he himself is subject to criticism, lots of it. So how dare he stand in judgment of people who are doing things that he has been accused, or some of the things that he's been accused of doing? He's not a leader. Not a leader. And so the promises are going to be coming and you're going to be overwhelmed with them, because what he wants to do is distract you from what the real issue is. And the real issue is you cannot be a leader where and have your statutory declarations going all the way back to 2016 and maybe beyond unverified. Remember, the Integrity Commission verified the statutory declarations up to 2020. Thereafter, they've said, look, we believe that this prime minister lied about information that should have been, or information that was contained in his statutory declarations. They said it. And if you read that Craig Beresford's affidavit, you'll see where they were looking in 2020, in 2019, they were looking prior. In January 2019, they were saying that we can't, he's not behaving in conformity with the regulations of the Integrity Commission Act by cooperating with us and giving us information so that we can verify his statutory declarations in 2019. So in January 2019, they could not have been talking about 2019 statutory declaration. They're talking about 2018. So you hear the bunch of hypocrites there. Oh, he's the best prime minister. Take them aside and ask them. Take them aside and ask them. They do not believe it. And some of them that you saw there, skinning and grinning, they themselves have a lot to answer for. There's one parliamentarian you just saw. We have done some work and we continue to do some work on that person. And if not this week, then the following week, we are going to present to you that person's issues that they don't want you to know about. And then you can make up your mind whether you want this person to represent you or not. But we have quite a bit of information right now, and we're still getting information. In fact, I hope to get some more information tonight. So that's where we are with those hypocrites and the lies. Oh, here we go.
Means is that your plastic will have value because the plastic will become the fuel for the new energy plant. And that is something that we have already committed to and we will put in place in the new government. We will make Jamaica clean as a whistle. I also want to talk to our young people because as I surveyed this crowd, they have drones flying over and I'm looking at the footage. And there is a lot of young people in the crowd. In fact, there are more young people in the crowd than I had expected. Majority of the crowd is young people. And I want you to be assured that this is the party for you. We are the party that is best for young people. Young people want, my friend, thank you. Young people want opportunity. They want education. They want employment. They want access to start their own business, whether it is in the creative enterprises or in manufacturing or in agriculture. They want opportunity. And so we have started to repurpose heart to focus on providing our young people with not just skills, but with the opportunities to convert those skills into economic benefit. The PNP promised a program called JEEP. It was called the Jamaica Emergency Employment Program.
No, I'll listen to nonsense for an extended period, but and listen carefully, listen keenly. But at some point, it will become an annoyance. And I tell you what annoys me, and it doesn't matter whether it's a prime minister or a member of his cabinet or a member of parliament, a member of his party. Here's what annoys me. When they start to talk about the PNP, here is why it annoys me. I care about the people. And so to tell me that the PNP did this 15 years ago and the PNP did this 12 years ago and 20 years ago is of no moment to the immediate crisis we face. Because when you took the reins of power in 2016, you promised the people of Jamaica that you would correct the wrongs that were done by the PNP. You said that. So why are you coming 10 years, going on 10 years down the road, and you're still referring to you've had the reins of power for 10 years. And for the last 4 years, 2020, going on 5 years, you've had a supermajority in the parliament. 49 members of your party sit in the House of Representatives versus 14 for the opposition. You have the 2/3 vote. So, Mr. Prime Minister, we're not falling for that. We're not falling for that. You've had 2 terms. And you promised us that a lot of the things that the PNP did, you would correct them in 5 years. You said that in your manifesto. By the way, I'm still waiting for your manifesto to come out. I don't know what the problem is, but please kindly inform Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith and Senator Marlon Morgan that I'm eagerly awaiting a copy of the party's manifesto, because I'm extremely familiar with the 2016 manifesto, and I'm equally familiar with the 2020 manifesto. And I would like to see what you're putting in this 2025 manifesto that you haven't put in already. I would like to see it. Please, please provide the guidance to them that it cannot be more of the same promises. It cannot be anything that they promised in 2016 or 2020. Cannot. And we're hoping that you don't wait until the day before election or, a couple of days before election to put out the manifesto. Put it out so that we can prosecute it. Because that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to look to see what was done, what was said in 2016. We know what was done. We're going to look to see what was said in 2020. We know what was done. And so we're going to look to see what you're promising to do going forward. So this is very annoying to me when I hear that argument that, well, the PNP did this and the PNP did that. You made that argument in 2016, and the people of Jamaica agreed with you. They said, yes, we want fresh faces in, we want a change, and so that's how you became installed. That's how you became installed. That's how you occupy the hall of power. So don't come to us now, 9 years going on 10 years, and say, well, the PNP did this and so blah, 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 blah. It's pure poppycock. Sheer madness. Utter rubbish. You need to stop.
People with not just skills, but with the opportunities to convert those skills into economic benefit. The PNP promised a program called JEEP. It was called the Jamaica Emergency Employment Program.
That's nonsense.
Called the HOPE Program. Said you came to where I was training, I was up 3.3%.
Okay, here we go.
Other skills that I have learned I am now a travel agent. Today, Jamaica has the lowest unemployment rate in its history of 3.
People, I'm trying to be calm in the face of blatant lies. That which you just heard is an unadulterated, bold-faced lie. And the Prime Minister knows it. To say that we have 3.3% unemployment and it's the lowest it's been in our history is a damn lie. In January 2024, Statin, the Statistical Institute, the repository of all that you need to know about statistics for the government of Jamaica, an official, well, in January 2024, they changed their methodology of assessing unemployment. In January 2024. An official of Statin, subsequent to that date, had an interview on nationwide radio where Mr. Cliff Hughes and a reporter, Mr. Brooks, I think that's his name, she was asked about the unemployment rate, and a statement was made, or a question was, is this the lowest unemployment rate? Word to that effect in Jamaica. And she said in unequivocal terms that no, you cannot compare what has taken place since January 24 with anything prior to January 2024 because the methodologies are different. You cannot. Here's one of the principal, the principal difference. The principal difference is prior to January 2024, if you were not working and you were of age, and during that reference week, you were asked if you're working, and you said no, you were considered unemployed. Plain and simple. After or since January 2024, in order for you to be declared unemployed, you must not be working, and at the same time, you must be actively looking for a job. Those are the two requirements. Not working, looking for a job. If you're not working and you're not looking for a job, you're not considered unemployed. That's one of the principal differences. And that's why they're saying, that's why Statin says you can't compare January, anything that happened after January 24 regarding unemployment with the facts and the figures before January 2024. So for him to come out and say that it is the lowest in history, he's lying. I'm not mincing words tonight. He's lying and he knows it. He knows it. But again, remember, folks, it's campaign season. It's campaign season. I also need you to remember that there is life after the campaign. And if you don't have a job and you're not looking for a job, you're not considered unemployed. And it doesn't matter how loud you shout, how high you jump, how committed you are to the cause, you still don't have a job. So let them tell you about 3.3 being the lowest unemployment rate in the history of Jamaica. 3.3 is the lowest employment rate in Jamaica since January 2024. That's a fact. That's what he must tell you. That's what he must tell you. But he won't tell you that because that's not attractive. It's not attractive. What's attractive is to say it's the best in history. It's the biggest, it's this, it's a blah, 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 blah. You know, Dr. Ben is here with us, so I just want to hurry up this piece and get to him, you know.
0.3%. I want to draw an analogy. Someone sent me a note, and I just want to point out that note. We are just reaching 3.3%. We have never been 3.3% unemployment in Jamaica. In 1978, Singapore, listen to me good now. Singapore is a country the size of the parish of St. James. It has currently about 5 million people. Jamaica has about 2.8 million people. Back then, its population would have been the size of Jamaica.
Hold on 1 second, people. He just reminded me of a very significant point I must make regarding unemployment. Mr. Prime Minister, you just said Jamaica's population is about 2.8. Where did you get that figure from? Where? Tell us. Where did you get that figure from? The last census was done in Jamaica in 2011. It's 14 years ago. So how do you, what, so the numbers that you're basing was, well, first of all, was Jamaica's population 2.8 in 2011? Was that what the census said? Because you have your unemployment rates, your census is going to be one of the factors that you use to determine your numbers of people, the number of people in your country. And then from there, you can extrapolate and then go to the unemployment rate. If you don't know how many people in the country, how do you get to an unemployment rate? How? People, the numbers that they're using for all this nonsense, this garbage, this fake science that they're scientific methods that they're coming up with. The numbers that they're using, truth be told, they're using from 2011. Now, there was some kind of an estimate done in 2019, but again, estimate. It's not as accurate as the census itself. So the numbers, and if you ask the Prime Minister, the numbers they're used, and he probably doesn't even know. Or maybe he knows and he's just trying to, again, it's election time. They don't know how many people are actually living in Jamaica right now. They don't. So the numbers they're using, the numbers are based on the census 2011. So again, how can you say 3.3 is the number and it's the lowest it's ever been? And you're using it based on numbers back in 2011. Somebody should ask him that. Somebody should say, wait a minute, it's 3.3. Now, we know that in 2024, the methodology changed. So you can't compare, you can't say it's the best in history. That's number one. And number two, when was the last time a census was done? And number three, isn't a census part and parcel of arriving at your unemployment rate? So if you don't know, then how you end up at 3.3? What if you have more people than the number back in 2011? If you're using the 2011 number, what if you have more people? What if you have fewer people? You don't know. We're going to do a program on the census, people, and we're going to show you how much money has been wasted, and we still don't have a work product to show. But let's go on. He was talking about Singapore. Let's listen to some more garbage.
Jamaica now. In 1978, 47 years ago, Singapore had an unemployment rate of
I can move this. Dr. Ben, welcome. Welcome.
Hey, it's nice to be on. So you're having class as is usual, as it relates to, we're in the silly season now. And you know, with the advent of social media, so much that, you know, persons used to get away with, you know, that they didn't have to account for. Persons could just make statement, and you know, they wouldn't be held accountable. We're now living in an age where whatever whatever was said in the past, you know, you can be held accountable, because the you know, a platform like these, persons can now challenge, you know, and also educate persons, and allow persons to be more, to scrutinize more, and to be critical in terms of their thinking, you know. So you know, over the years, gone were the days when the populace was uneducated, and so people could revile and use emotion to just rile up persons, and you could just get them or sway them how you want them. You know, those days are gone, and so, you know, it's good that we have platform like this where persons can be challenged and, you know, and held accountable. And that's very important.
Thank you, sir. And let me just tell people that we're not even going to play the second part because Dr. Ben is here. Dr. Ben has more important things to impart to us than listening to this garbage. But let me just button up that piece right there about Singapore. You hear him go all the way back to Singapore to 47 years ago. Again, pure nonsense. You people, you cannot compare. You should not compare Singapore to Jamaica. You should not. It's chalk and cheese. It's north and west. It's east and they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. Listen, Lee Kuan Yew, when he took over that country, when he ascended the role of leadership, there were I've been told that there are three things he did. Three things he did that they said are primarily responsible for the tremendous success that Singapore is experiencing these days, and has been experiencing for quite some time. One of them, he said, everybody's going to speak English. We don't care about whatever language, whatever dialect, whatever. You can speak those, but you're gonna speak English because that's the language of the world. We're gonna speak English. Like it or not, that's what he did. The second one he did was he said, we're gonna pay our politicians a handsome salary. And I've been told that they're some of the highest paid politicians in the world. And remember, we just got a 300% raise for, you know, our lazy politicians, some of whom are crooked. And the third thing he did was probably the most important thing: zero tolerance for corruption. Zero tolerance for corruption. I repeat, zero tolerance for corruption. Can we say in Jamaica that we have zero tolerance, or the government has zero tolerance for corruption? No. No. Jamaica, and there are lots of reasons, and we talked about it last week, and we're going to talk about it this week, Saturday. Jamaica will not be like Singapore as long as we have these crooked politicians that we have. And as long as we have people willing to go along with those crooked politicians. So don't let them. I don't know how many of you have ever been to Singapore. I've been to Singapore. Jamaica is nowhere near Singapore. Nowhere in terms of government, governance, efficiency, effectiveness. You know, our Jamaican people, we're best in the world. But when it comes to governance and government, and Jamaica can't hold a candle to Singapore. No. If you've been to Singapore, you'll understand what I'm saying. It is one of the cleanest countries in the world. It's well run. It's very clean. And they have very little corruption that we know of. And you see all this corruption coming out in the open, all this stuff, all of these questionable actions by our prime minister, he would be gone. He'd be gone. But let me show you one thing. I have to go back to Dr. Ben,
Yes.
We get a bus today. You know. I don't know if you hear the story. You know. We have the papers them here, you know. We get a bus today. And we're going to give this bus to for a worthy cause in Jamaica, whether it's a school, whether a school just wrote to me and said, we want that bus. OT, put up the bus for me, let me show Dr. Ben, because I don't think Dr. Ben. You see the bus, Dr. Ben?
No,
Dr. Ben, let me show you something. It's not this bus. It's not this bus.
People, we just want to applaud the government right now. The government them get the brand new bus them, school bus them for the kids right now. And me I say right now, we just want to give the government a round of applause. Brand new school bus for the kids them of Jamaica right now. I'm not talking about put on that man. Let's start up on that bus them and them see what. We're going to start up on that bus them. Start up on that bus them. People, me I tell you so right now, we just want to big up Andrew and big up the Labour Party and big up the government of Jamaica right now.
Hey.
Something all right? Something all right, yeah.
Nah, starting up. Can't bother with this in the kind of starting up, bro.
Blood
Dr. Ben, this picture was taken about 4 hours ago. See me with my boss, you know. See me
oh, that's what you have to clarify.
Am I about that? And guess what? That bus has start, and I drove that bus today. And I have the paperwork for it. I have the paperwork.
Wow.
My bus. Courtesy of 2 Jamaicans who said, listen, we'll give you this thing because we want you to take care of it and donate it to a worthy cause in Jamaica. And that's where we're going. And I've been promised about 6 or 7 more buses like this bus here. But Saturday, you have to tune in because you're going to see me. I'm going to give you a tour of the bus. It don't need no refurbishing. It don't need no refurbishing.
What about the door? What about the door?
No, because we're not using it for children, to carry school children, because this bus is not safe health-wise because of the emissions from the diesel.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're going to put up the report from the Environmental Protection Agency saying that that's how they got rid of these buses. They said, no, these buses are not good for children. They have upper respiratory problems, asthma, and a whole bunch of things because of the emissions coming into the bus.
From the bus itself.
From the bus coming into the cabin, into where they sit, right? So they said no. So we're not using these buses. We're not sending them to Jamaica to be used for school children. We're sending them for like a church group or want to go on a little, a picnic or something like that, where them going to use it once in a while. Plus, they said that the emissions won't affect adults as much as children, because children, they said their organs are just developing and you can't have them exposed to this type of these contaminants. So we want a school just reached out to me and said, no, we want to use it as a school, as a food truck. Because that school is involved in the culinary arts, and they said we want to use that.
And they could be retrofitted and converted to
indeed
a portable or mobile feeding.
Indeed. Oh, Paul, OT, you put up the picture with the tires then, because we see bus at Jamaica, the tire them are bus up, Want to show the tire them on this bus here, please put up that thing there. So me that I pose up now with my little bus there, and like me say, we have to thank them 2 gentlemen there. The two gentlemen. I had a great time with them. I had lunch with them, and we had a long discussion. And I mean, it's God bless them. God bless them. Opal, you have the thing for me. I sent it to you on WhatsApp. If you can throw it up, please. Yeah, Dr. Ben. So, and we are going to expose the government, with this bus thing here. We're going to expose them. And people, you have to tune in on Saturday, because we're going to expose this Prime Minister for what he truly is. When you see the amount of things that he's been involved in, you are going to shake your head. You are going to shake your head when you hear anybody calling me. We're not taking any calls right now. We are going to take calls, but please give me a little bit of time to have Dr. Ben talk to the group, and then for Opal to put up the picture so I can show the public type of bus. That is, I don't know I don't know, rinky dinky bus. This are the real thing. Dr. Ben, we're going at the bus, you know. I'm going to boom and turn the key. One go. I hate that.
Right.
I hate
Ready
that.
to go.
The thing trackle, man, like a finely tuned piece of instrument, man. The thing. How much you pay for this? Marva, you draw me out, you know, Marva. Marva, draw me out, you know. Marva, you draw me out, Marva. All right, let me answer you like this, Marva. If you multiply 1.4 by 110, that you get the price for each bus, which is about $80,000. I did not pay, and I know if I said it, you wouldn't even believe me. If I said I paid $80,000 for it, you wouldn't believe me. I did not pay $80,000 for it.
18 or 80?
80.
Mm-hmm.
That's a price for each bus. If you multiply the 1.4 times,
okay,
divide 1.4 by 110. I didn't pay $80,000 for this bus. These buses go for about anywhere from about $1,500 to about $5,000. Remember now, we know $80,000 per bus, and they go for about $1,500 to about $35,000. Let me just put it to you like this:
$1,500 to $3,500.
Yeah,
not $1,000.
No. And let me just say, Dr. Ben, I did not pay $3,500 for this bus. I did not pay $3,500 for this bus.
What you saying to me?
And I did not pay $1,500 for this bus. Keep that in mind.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, Opal, if you can't find the pictures then with the tire, then maybe you can put in another bus.
Darius says, as I finish, I'm going to put Rattigan and his boss on Facebook.
No, and you see what we actually do. You see this the silver paper thing right here. What we we covered up the school bus, the
information that was there before.
Yeah, for the school. Yeah, they did. I told them to do that when we were there. We said, yeah, cover it up because we don't want to identify anything right now.
Yeah.
So the school district, we covered it up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But let me see, where are we? Yeah, so that's let me move this. Best Prime Minister is not. I'll move that. We're just waiting for Opal to, and by the way, these buses, you can get them all over the place because the school districts, they're getting rid of them.
What?
Yeah, they're getting rid of them. Yeah, the school districts are getting rid of them.
So is it that they're getting differently designed buses or newer? What?
Yeah, the federal government gave away $5 billion to school districts across the country to get rid of these buses because of the effect on the children. So they said, we want you now to use this money to buy low emission diesel and or electric buses. But the bus I just showed you, they said that those buses are dangerous. They said that we don't want them. So they're getting rid of them. So you can get those buses all over the place. All over the place you can get them. All right, we're having a problem with Opal getting the stuff. Opal, look in WhatsApp. That's where it is. All right, you know what, Dr. Ben? While we're waiting on Opal, because I sent it to her late. So
Ratty, so what about the cost of bringing in one of those buses in Jamaica? Maybe it would push it up near to $85,000.
Well, no.
Jamaica is very expensive, you know. So maybe
no. Doc, here's the thing. They said the minister said he purchased a lot of these buses came from Florida, and he said from New York. If they came from Florida and they came from Broward or Dade County, close to the port, because remember the invoice we have. All right, see bus here, people. That is one. Where the other one them the Opal? Look on the tire, people. So the tire, Chris. See trading door. And I like the one that bus up the other day, All right, let me see where else Opal have there. See it, The bus, The bus, The bus, Let me go back. Yeah, see the bus, Dr. Ben. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We control a bus there. So what happened now, Dr. Ben, is that if you're from Dade or Broward, it's going to cost you like less than $10 to get the bus to the port. And 25 out of the 26 buses on that invoice left the port of Miami for Jamaica. Only one went from Port Canaveral. And I suspect that bus came from somewhere in Central Florida, not from South Florida. And the move that I've been told by people in the industry that it cost about $5,000 to ship one of those buses from Florida to Jamaica. So if you bought that bus for $5,000 and it cost you $5,000 to send it to Jamaica, that's $10,000. Right? And you would be an absolute jackass, an idiot to buy a whole ton load of these buses and not get them retrofitted in America. You'd be an idiot because it's much cheaper to do it here. And why would you want to buy a bus that you're going to refurbish? And the minister said that. He said, we're refurbishing these buses. The bus that I drove today, I'm going to show you on Saturday, needs no refurbishing. Inside of the bus, Chris Lakawa. Right? So that was a foolish move on his part to purchase buses that need to be refurbished, because he said he's going to refurbish them. So if you go and buy 10, 12 buses, remember no, these buses, them can't sell them buses there, no. Them can't, nobody will buy them.
Yeah,
they're literally giving these buses away.
Right.
And people, I'm going to show you about a gentleman in, I think it's Guatemala, who travels to the United States every 2-3 weeks or so to buy school buses. That's his business. And you know what them call the school buses in Guatemala, Dr. Ben?
What do they call them?
Them call them chicken buses. Them use the bus them for transport chicken. Chicken. Well, even if I recap tire them of Hugh, are better tires than the ones that we see the other day. Better tires than the ones that we see the other day. And I want you to tune in on Saturday. And you will understand why this bus here is such a good deal. And we hope to get many more like this bus. Good deal. And even for change the tires them, if you have to change the tires them, it still doesn't come up to $80,000. Still doesn't come up to $82,000. The point I'm making here, folks, is that we should have never purchased these buses. That's the point I'm making. We should have never purchased these buses. We should have gone to Japan or Germany or someplace and get buses with specifications for Jamaica, for the Jamaica terrain, for the Jamaica climate. That's what we should have done. That's what we should have done. So that's the point I'm making. We should have never purchased those buses. But anyway, Dr. Ben, you're here with us. And the floor is yours, my brother.
Yes, man. I'm happy to be here. On the time. I wanted to talk about I just want to, big up everyone. I see Marian Wilson, Elaine, I see Marga Lion, Marva, Hugh, Daisy Magazine, Uriel Dharma. Big up, Brother Ben. Big up, Brother Uriel. Good to have you. Hurricane, Hattie, everybody that's on. So tonight I want to talk about a topic that's that's very dear to me, and it affects us all. I want you guys to do me a favor, because here's what I want to do. Because I want persons to understand that we want to give back. And for all of you, I thought about Rattigan. How can I add value to Come Reason with Rattigan? How can I add value to it? And week after week, apart from Ratty and myself, even when I wasn't on, week after week, we have some persons who are here all the time, every week. Even showed up at the rally, and I was thinking, I said, okay, what I'm gonna do is, we offer products and services. So what I'm gonna do, I have some discount coupons that I want to give away, and I want to give them away at the end of the show. So persons who come, if they see something on the website that they want, they will have to come to the Come Reason with Rattigan show and watch the show to its entirety, to the end. Here's what we're gonna do. I have a few products that I have discount coupon for, but I don't know what persons may see on this side. I said, that's a little bit too much for me. I really would want it, but if I could get it at a better price. So what I'm going to say to you is, when you come on the show, in addition to the products that I have, I want you to go to our website, look at any of the products that you see there, and I'll add another 5 to it. So in addition to what I have, if you go to the website, any product that you see, just type it in the chat and say, Dr. Ben, could I have a coupon for this product? And I'll give away 20% discount for any product, a maximum of 5. So the first 5 person that go there, icmwellnessmarketplace.net, and you say, okay, the libido, or okay, the alpha male, which is for prostate, and so on and so on. Just go there, anything that you see, and you say, I want it, but if I could get a discount. And I want to big up, there's a gentleman that was on, and last week when we gave the coupon, he said, Dr. Ben, you mash me up some, and you make me spend my money, and then afterwards you give anything them for free. So I want to big him up and let him know that I have a special treat for you, sir. I have a special treat for you. So persons, if you having health issues, we have a number of products of diabetes, a number of health issues. If you go on the site and you see anything, icmwellnessmarketplace.net, just say that. Just give me a discount on that, and put some discount coupons up there. And discount coupons will be good for 1 week. So from now until next week, Wednesday at 12 midnight, the discount coupons will be good. So tonight I want to talk about water, hydration, more than just drinking water, because a lot of people, when we hear about hydration, we only think about drinking water. And I also, I wanna dispel some myths. I wanna talk about, I wanna deal with some of the myth as it relates to hydration. I wanna talk about some hydrating foods. I wanna talk about the role that electrolytes and minerals play in hydration. I want to talk about lifestyle, our habits that hydrates us. I'm going to talk about cultural hydration practices around the world, and I'm going to give you some practical tips as it relates to how you can better hydrate yourself. A lot of times people talk about 8 glasses a day. 8 glasses a day. Hydration is what we need. One of the first thing I want to say is that's a myth. 8 glasses a day is a myth. Why? Because hydration, or the amount of water that you drink, really depends on a number of factors. It depends on, for example, your body weight, and it also depends on your activity. What is it that you're doing? So a person that is above the average weight, 8 glasses may not be enough to properly hydrate that person. So the myth that you need to drink 8 glasses is not necessarily true. Also, some persons are underweight, and so 8 glasses may be too much for them. Also, the activity, the person who is inside an air-conditioned building working, who is not exposed to the elements of the heat and the elements of the sun, maybe a construction worker. If you're not a construction worker, I see, I want one by one. All right. You're not a construction worker, then the amount of water you need, I'm going to ask OT just to put the website, put our website on, because the person asked me for the website. Can you post the website, please? Just post the website, icmwellnessmarketplace.net, so persons can see it. So a person who is in an air-conditioned setting, who does an office job, a desk job, who is in air-conditioned, does not lose, is not as dehydrated, for example, as somebody who is working in the sun, a construction worker, or somebody who is on the farm, or somebody who is in the field. And so the hydration needs are very different. Also, the climate that you're in has a lot to do with it, because some persons are in areas that are cool, some persons are in areas that are very hot. And so the hydration level is going to be very, very different. And so persons will need to bear that in mind and not just follow that one cap fit all approach as it relates to hydration. And so that's one of the first myths that I want to destroy. You have to bear these things in mind. The body weight of the person, the activity that the person is involved in, and climate. I remember that for 1 year I went on what it's called a live food, what we call raw food diet. And one of the that I found out is that when you're eating foods that have a lot of water, or high water content, you don't need that much water. So even the whole concept of 8 glasses is just a guide, but it is not necessarily applicable for everyone. And so that's very important. So it's also important to understand what are the signs of dehydration. So there's dehydration, and then there's chronic to mild dehydration. I tell persons that you should never wait until you're thirsty. When you're thirsty, usually, or when you feel thirsty, usually that is when you're dehydrated. I tell persons, sometimes we see persons that are dehydrated, and they would say, boy, I didn't feel thirsty. I didn't feel thirsty, so I didn't drink any water. No. Once you start to feel thirsty, then guess what happens? You are dehydrated. And so what you want to do, also there's a right way. There's a right way and a wrong way to drink water. There's a right way and a wrong way to drink water. So a wrong way to drink water, which is what most of us do, is that we wait until we are thirsty. And then when we get thirsty, we take a bottle or a glass of water and we gulp it. That's a wrong way of drinking water. We wait until we are thirsty, number one. And then number two, because we are so thirsty, we gulp the water. And what happens is that as soon as we gulp the water, we go right to the bathroom and pass it out. All right? So what you want to do is don't wait until you're thirsty, and you want to sip your water. When you sip your water, then the water is utilized by the body much better. Think about, imagine going to water plants at 12 o'clock in the day. At 12 o'clock in the day, the sun is hot, the earth is hot, and so the minute you put the water in the soil to water the plant, the earth just absorbs all of that water, and the plants don't get any, which is why it is recommended to water your plants early in the morning or late in the evening, either before the soil gets hot or after the soil cools down, preferably in the morning, so that the plant can now utilize that water. So it's very important, for that to happen, for you to do that, so that you can retain the water that you drink or absorb the water that you drink. And so a lot of persons drink water when they're very thirsty, and because they're very thirsty, then what happens is that the body don't absorb the water. And then a very important thing that persons myth that persons have, or a misconception that person have, and this is for those persons who love coffee, is that caffeine hydrates you. Right? Coffee hydrates you. And so a lot of persons drink multiple cups of coffee, and most persons who drink a lot of coffee, by the way, have dry skin, because one thing that coffee does is that coffee is a dehydrating food, not a hydrating. It's actually a dehydrating food. So coffee or caffeine, some persons that don't just drink the tea, but persons now drink a lot of caffeine drinks. Notice that whenever you drink a lot of caffeinated drinks, you don't usually have a desire to want to drink water, right? Because it takes away that desire for you to want to drink water. And so what happens is that you become dehydrated, and when you become dehydrated, then you start to have issues with your hair, issues with your skin, and so on and so forth. And so it's important for us to understand that. I also wanted to talk about some of the hydrating foods. Now, the foods are what we call the alkaline foods that we are supposed to eat. One of the good thing about the alkaline foods is that they hydrate us. So some of the most hydrated fruits are like cucumber, watermelon, strawberries, zucchinis. These are foods that have lots of water in them. And so if you drink or eat a lot of these foods, again, you don't have to drink that 8 glass of water. If you also eat a lot of vegetables, because vegetables, green vegetables, have a lot of water in them. And so if you practice eating lots of fruits and vegetables, it does not require you to drink that much water as the person who is not eating them. And so some hydrating vegetables are like lettuce, zucchini, celery, pak choy. These are vegetables that when you eat them, they have water in them, and they help to hydrate the body. Soups are also very good. Smoothies are also very good. And herbal teas. So these are some ways that we can hydrate the body and prevent dehydration. A lot of times people who have a lot of chronic ailments, because what happens, when the body becomes dehydrated, when you become dehydrated, there are certain critical functions that needs to be performed in the body. And so when there is not enough hydration or fluid for these critical functions to take place, guess what happens? What the body does is that the body does two things. The body does one, the body close down some of those critical functions because it doesn't have the water to perform them. Or two, if the function is critical enough, then the body begins to pull water from other parts of the body to carry out what it considers to be critical functions. And so what happens, therefore, is that, for example, the skin is one of the places that the body draws water from. So it causes premature aging. Because the skin, one of the first signs you can, when somebody is drinking a lot of water, you can look at their skin, especially their forehead. You can look at their forehead and know that the person is very hydrated. When a person is not drinking enough water, one of the first place it shows up is in their skin. Another place that it shows up is in their ear, or the texture of their hair. Your hair, when you're not drinking enough water, loses luster, it loses sheen, it becomes brittle, it becomes dry. And so for persons who are especially careful or concerned about their outward beauty, especially you're concerned about your outward beauty, one of the things that you want to do to ensure that you remain young. For those women who want to remain young, one of the things that you can do is practice being hydrated, because when you are properly hydrated, it shows up on your skin. It shows up in your ear. When you are dehydrated, your hair and your skin is one of the first places, and so it causes premature aging. And so it's very important for us to to stay hydrated. And talking about hydrated, here in Jamaica, one of the ways that we stay hydrated is with coconut water. Now, I want persons to realize that coconut water, as good as it is not a replacement for drinking water. Because coconut water is not just pure water. Coconut water has lots of minerals. It has lots of other additives in it. So coconut water is not a substitute for drinking water. What you want to do is you want to drink your coconut water, but you also want to ensure that you're drinking regular water, that you are hydrating your body, because depending on the coconut waters, the stage at which the coconut was harvested, the mineral content will also be different, right? The mineral content will also be different. At certain stages, the coconut has a lot more potassium, right? And at certain stages, it has more sodium. And so coconut water is a type of electrolyte. So when you drink it, it not only hydrates you, but it also energizes you. But it is not a replacement. But here in Jamaica, we tend to use coconut water to hydrate the body, and it's pleasant tasting. And as we talk about coconut water, it's a good place to talk about electrolytes and minerals. Even though plain water is good, we also need electrolytes, and that's where coconut water comes in. So coconut water is not a replacement for plain water, and plain water is sometimes not enough. So coconut water can help to replenish the body. I talk about what I call mineral water. Now, one of the things that I also recommend is getting fruits, pineapple, orange, and even vegetables. And you can make what is called mineral water. And you make that by getting all of these fruits and you immerse them in plain water and leave them overnight in the fridge. And what happens is that the minerals from these fruits are leached into the water. So you're not just getting plain water anymore. You're getting plain water with the leached minerals from the fruits in them. And so that is a type of electrolyte, extremely good for boosting the immune system and getting you up and perky. So key electrolytes that you need is sodium, potassium, magnesium, and calcium. And our cells are like a battery. So there has to be a delicate balance between these minerals: sodium, potassium, magnesium, and to a lesser extent, calcium. The most important is sodium, potassium, and magnesium. And these are also the three minerals that is responsible for a battery having life. Yeah, because we are electrical beings. We are electrical beings, and so for our cells not only to be hydrated, but for our cells to have the right voltage and the right electrical output, these three minerals are very important. And usually when a person is sick, what happens is that usually there is an imbalance in these minerals. And guess what? Because most of the foods that we buy now, most time we buy foods are either sweet or salt. So a lot of the times, the food that we eat is unbalanced with certain minerals. And so most of us, because if you notice, as we are the only animal that cook our food. We're the only animal that cook our food. Because as animals, our food is naturally balanced. It's naturally balanced with the amount of sodium, it's naturally balanced with the amount of potassium, and it's naturally balanced with the amount of magnesium. But when we cook the food, we usually have to add more sodium, and that sodium that we add causes our cells to be unbalanced, which is why high blood pressure is so common among us, which is why diabetes is so common among us, because we keep on, through our foods, altering the cells of the body. Because what needs to happen for us to be healthy is that there has to be a delicate balance between these very these three minerals, magnesium, potassium, and sodium. There has to be a delicate balance that is maintained. Once that delicate balance is disturbed, then our cells, the electric output of our cells, become affected. And once the electrical output of the cells become affected, then we are going to have health issues. Cole says those with renal disease need to be cautious, especially with potassium. And that is true. And so and I should have started by saying that what I'm saying is general information. It's not designed to replace, because everybody is different. This is just general information. Everybody is unique, everybody is different, and so to really speak to your specific needs, that is the reason why we have to do consultation, and that is the reason why you have a primary care physician who has a history of your health and knows to factor that in terms of guiding you and telling you how you should conduct your lifestyle. So I want to talk about natural sources versus sport drinks, because we have now the advent of what we call sports drink. Now, what are sports drinks? Sports drinks are drinks that are manufactured, not going to call any names now, but sports drinks are fluids that have been manufactured that is claimed to provide the body with electrolytes, especially after workouts. And so there may not be anything wrong to a small extent. So it's not that you can't drink it, but there's nothing wrong with drinking a sport drink every now and then. But what you want to do is you preferably want to get your electrolytes from natural sources. And that is the reason why. So coconut water is a good electrolyte. But I'm saying you can also make your electrolyte drink from fruits that you have. All right? You can make your own electrolyte drink from foods that you have. So if you're going to work out tomorrow, you can get some greens, some dark green vegetable. You can get some garlic. You can get some orange, which is vitamin C, or you can get some berries or cherries. Most berries or cherries are high in vitamin C. You can add orange, which is also vitamin C. You can add different vegetable, which is high in potassium or calcium. You can do a combination of all of these fruits and vegetables, add them to water overnight, and what you would have made is your own natural sports drink that is able to mineralize the body and that is able to cause you to be rejuvenated after a workout. So that's something that you can do. Here's another recipe for electrolyte drink. So if you add water, lemon, listen to me now, water, let me see if I can put it on the chat. And you can use this as an electrolyte, as a sports drink. So water, lemon, a pinch of sea salt, and some honey. That's a natural sports drink, or that is what we call a natural electrolyte and mineral water. So if you work out and you don't have the money, you can get like a 16-ounce glass of water, put a pinch with 1 lemon, just a pinch of sea salt, and some honey. And you can make your own electrolyte water, and you can drink that. So the lemon is vitamin C, which helps with absorption. The salt is the sodium, and then you get your sugars from the honey. And basically what that does is that it mineralizes the body. And also, not only if you work out, but if you're into construction, if you're into any type of work that causes you to profusely sweat and requires a lot of physical energy, this is a recipe for a water that you can make, and you can bring it to work with you. And in addition to the water that you are drinking to hydrate yourself, you can also drink this. And not only for those, I find, especially now in Jamaica, it's especially hot. So this is a recipe for a water that you can make, and you can take it with you on the road. Right now, we are in the season of back to school, and a lot of women, a lot of parents are shopping, and they have to move through the hustle and bustle of the town from one location to another. If you are one of those persons, if you're going to head out, and you know you're going to spend an extensive period of time on the road, moving from store to store, bookstore to fabric store to wherever, this is a recipe for a water that I would recommend that you make and bring it with you, in addition to the plain water that you would drink. Because the plain water, with the heat that we have to deal with now, plain water is not enough to hydrate you and to mineralize you. Because as you sweat, you are not just losing fluid, you are losing minerals in the sweat. Right? As you sweat, you are not just losing fluid or water or liquid from the body. You are losing within that sweat. If you taste your sweat, you will realize it don't taste like plain water. If you taste your sweat, you realize it don't taste like plain water. And so what happened is that you can use this recipe. What's the best thing to drink for cirrhosis of the liver? All right, so let me. So for cirrhosis of the liver, Sonia, there's a herb that is called peacock fern. Peacock fern. I don't know where you are, but it's a herb. I think I've featured it on one of my videos. Peacock fern. There's also milk thistle and dandelion. That is also good. All right. And if you have any problem getting it, then you know we have it as well. Can I use the I don't know what is the Binestar Del cholesterol herbal tablets while taking statins at night. I don't know what that is. Move here. So I'll have to look up that to respond. I don't know. I've never heard about that. All right. So that's a recipe for rehydrating fluid that you can bring with you on the road, especially during this hot and very dehydrating time. Some lifestyle factors that you want to consider, because we are not only dehydrated we don't only become dehydrated based on the climate or the type of work that we do, but there are other factors that contribute to dehydration. So, stress, medications, and certain health conditions also contribute to dehydration. Alcohol and excessive caffeine intake contributes to dehydration. And I want to talk a little more about this because, you know, I have a family member who they have to drink a caffeinated drink, Rattigan, every day. I was with, it's a habit. I was with this family member recently in Montego Bay. And the first thing when the first thing the person does when they leave home is they go to a particular supermarket to buy this particular drink. And he's telling this family member was telling me that when he goes to the supermarket, the members of staff are so accustomed to him that they put about 12 bottles aside only for him. And he doesn't have to have the money when he goes, because they know that he has to have that every day and he doesn't drink any water. And I'm warning this family member because right now I'm seeing the signs of dehydrating at work. I'm seeing the person here is totally ruined. I realize that if that person doesn't drink the coffee at a certain time, they start to fidget. So there are fidgeting movements with the hand that they have that shows, and so they have to drink it. And so caffeine or overconsumption of caffeine causes dehydration. So it also affects the bones. Nature's Chronicle says, what causes a person to wake up in the morning feeling tired and sometimes weak? Nature's Chronicles, what causes that? There are many things that can cause that, but the thing that comes to my mind right now is sometimes sleep apnea. Not sleeping or resting properly. And so what happened is that the person, because they're not breathing properly and because they're not sleeping properly, they wake up with a sense of tiredness, a sense of not just tiredness, but a sense of low energy. And so usually that happens to persons who are overweight. Not getting, the person is overweight. So because the person is overweight, the muscles in the throat, the ear, the way the movement, the way the air moves over it, causes the person not to breathe properly. And sometimes that can even affect the person's heart rate. And so because of that, the person is sleeping but not resting. And then the person gets up and feels tired and drained. All right? So that's one of the main causes. Eating late at night too. I know. Thank you, Junglist. Because what happens is that you eat so late so that when you go to your bed, your body is working so hard, so much so that it didn't rest. So that can cause it as well. All right? So we're looking at, tonight, we're looking at hydration more than just drinking water. And we're looking at some of the myths. We looked at the hydrating foods, role of electrolytes and minerals. And now we're looking at how lifestyle dehydrates us. So as we said that there are certain lifestyles that can dehydrate us. There are some persons who drink a lot of alcohol, not just caffeine now, but there are persons who will drink a lot of alcohol. This can also lead to dehydration. Another cause, another lifestyle practice that can lead to dehydration, whether you believe it or not, is high salt and high sugar diets. If you follow a lifestyle of high salts and higher sugar, then you will experience dehydration because of these lifestyle. And of course, a person who exercise a lot, if you exercise a lot, you're going to sweat a lot. And if you sweat a lot and you're not putting back that fluid, you're going to end up being dehydrated. And so it's very important for us to recognize it. Another thing that dehydrates us, and listen to this now, because many people wouldn't know that this is dehydrating. This lifestyle is dehydrating, and this is a lifestyle that affects a lot of you guys who live in the States, and that is air conditioning. Air conditioning can easily cause you to be dehydrated. A lot of persons who are in a air-conditioned setting, one thing that you won't do is that you won't drink a lot of water. A lot of you, and if you're on the show tonight, I want you to respond to this. You even notice that a lot of persons who have problem with constipation when they're abroad, when you come home after about a week, you realize that your constipation doesn't affect you that much. Or a lot of persons who live in Jamaica, or climate like Jamaica, the minute you relocated to a region where you spent a lot of time in air condition, you start to realize that you're having problems going to the bathroom. One of the reasons for that is because of the amount, the duration of time that you're in air condition, and you don't, because most people don't drink water unless they feel thirsty. So because you're in an air conditioned setting, you don't drink water, and you know one of the first signs is that you become constipated. And then also look at your skin. You start to notice that your skin takes on a dull texture, and it starts to wrinkle. One way is to watch your hydration level is to watch your skin, and especially your forehead. When a person is properly hydrated, one of the first place you see it is their forehead. When a person is dehydrated, one of the first place you see it is their forehead. Look at a person who is drinking a lot of water, and you will see that their skin, it doesn't look dull, it looks moist. And so, air conditioning is one of those things that you have to look out for. And not a lot of people know that it is very dehydrating. One thing I want to also look at is some practical tips now. What are some practical tips for everyday lifestyle? So you want to, first of all, start your day with a glass of water. We spoke about that on the show already. The minute you get up, because when you get up, you are in somebody talking about winter weather. Yeah, you know about the winter weather. When you're in winter, a lot of people experience dehydration. So, well, the first thing you want to do as a good practice is, as you get up, you want to practice to drink a glass of water. All right? Drink a glass of water. It not only hydrates you, but it also helps with the detoxifying phase that the body is in at that part of the morning. It helps you to flush your out. You want to eat at least 2 to 3 servings of high water content foods daily. So another very good practice that you want to practice. Eating 2 to 3 servings of high water content foods. Flavor water naturally with fruits. As I said to you, that you can make your own flavored drinks, flavored water, and mineral water, because it hydrates you. Another very good thing is to pair your hydration with movement breaks. So a lot of times, don't just wait until you feel thirsty. Have that hydrating fluid and tell yourself that, okay, at a particular time, You drink, you hydrate yourself at times of the day rather than waiting until you feel like it. So that's a very, very, very good practice to have. Hydrate yourself at a particular time of the day rather than waiting until you feel like you're thirsty. And then, of course, you want to adjust your hydration for weather and activity level. So, depending on what you're going to do, as I said, for those of us who are doing back to school shopping, I know my wife and a lot of mothers, you play that role. But if you're doing back to school shopping, especially here in Jamaica, you're going to have to contend with the heat of the outside fairly regularly. And so if that is the case, you want to prepare for that by bringing with you in your bag or over your shoulder, taking with you not just plain water, but also putting together your own hydrating fluids so that you can hydrate yourself. Jungle said, eat fruits with a lot of water, like watermelon, cucumbers. All right. So, these are just some things. So I really wanted to just share that with you about the importance of not only drinking water, but hydrating yourself so that, you can have proper body function, proper organ function throughout the day. Because a lot of the diseases, most times we have a headache, it's because of dehydration. Not all the time, but a lot of times we have a lot of times you have pain. A lot of the pain that you're feeling is sometimes due to chronic dehydration, because one of the ways that the body gets our attention is through pain or discomfort. Right? So that's my look on water and on hydration. I don't know if anybody have any question that they want to ask, whether based on what we shared or outside of that. Maybe right after a while we can open the lines and just take some questions. All right. So remember, I have some products that I want to share some coupon codes with at the end of the show that you can go and get. Some product bundles that we have that are designed for certain ailments. But if you've gone to the site and if there's any issue that you have and there's a product there that you would be interested in and you'd want us to put up a coupon code, then let us know and we'll do that. All right, so you're muted, Ratty. You're muted.
Okay, folks, the phone line is open. 6673698569. This is your time now. You can call and ask about anything you've heard tonight. Dr. Ben talked about a whole bunch of things, and I'm sure some of you have questions out there. I know Miss Philly have a question, so Miss Philly go and call. We know that for sure. But a lot of you out there have questions regarding Dr. Ben and what he just said about dehydration, about the carbonated drinks, and etc. And some of you will have questions for me about buses and all of the other things. So go ahead, make your phone. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead and make your call. We're here, ready, waiting, and able to answer your questions.
What is that, Ratty?
This is one of the school bus. This is what they do with the school buses in Guatemala. Yeah, it's called chicken bus. They use them to carry chickens. They use them also to transport people, but I don't think they use them as school buses. But this is what they do with them. Let me see. All right. Well, now give everything at OT. Now give everything. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Philadelphia.
Miss Philly. Go ahead, because I know you're going to ask a question on behalf of the men. Because you always
Yeah,
say
man.
the men don't want to ask a question, so you'll ask the question for them.
Okay, yes, I am, and I will. So, good night to you all. Good night, Dr. Ben.
Good
night,
night.
everyone in the chat. Mr. Rattigan, I have a question for you, but I will go first with Dr. Ben, and then I will call back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, did you hear me?
Yeah, man, we heard you.
Miss Philly, you need to call back. For some reason, the call dropped. So we're here waiting for, yeah.
All right.
And yeah, if I seem a little bit distracted, folks, it's because Kevin is here with me working in the background. We're working on the bill of sale and for the bus. So we have to remove some identifiers. So no, Kevin. All right, yeah, all right, fine. Leave that. No, it's good. So folks, I'm trying to do things right here. I'm trying to monitor the phone line, and then at the same time, Kevin is here helping out as usual. Do this one, Kevin.
All right. So while you're doing that, I see a question here from Mitzi Davis.
Caller, welcome to come.
Yes, I'm here.
Where you calling?
Okay.
Yes, I'm calling back, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, Dr. Ben.
Yes.
This question is for you. Okay. Again, I'm calling on behalf of the men. What are the most crucial preventative health screening men should prioritize at different ages and why?
All right. Very good question.
You get my question?
Yes, I heard the question. So one of the
I'm not hearing.
Yeah, man, you're not hearing me? You're not hearing? Call it, you're not hearing? I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. So you ask about what is one of the most important health screening practice that men need to do at a particular age and why. So mute yourself, Ratty.
I'm muted.
Okay. All right. So as we get older, for men, maybe one of the most common.
Go ahead, Dr. Ben. Go ahead.
Right. Are you hearing me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I'm hearing you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So one of the most common health condition that especially for men, unlike women that have to screen for so many different maladies, one of the most common health factors, health condition that affect men, is the prostate. And so, once you reach age 45, you have to now begin to pay special attention to the prostate. And, I agree that men need to do that very uncomfortable and not just uncomfortable, but that health procedure a lot of men want to avoid, which is the rectal examination. I tell persons that why I recommend the rectal examination over the PSA, because we hear a lot about PSA, which is the prostatic specific antigen. Basically, what it is that the prostate produces in the blood high levels of an antigen, which is specifically produced by the prostate. And so it has been for many years. It is one of the key indicators that tell us that something is off, but it is not and should not be used as a final authority on the fact that something is wrong with the prostate. So once men get older, then the prostate tend to produce more of these antigens. And so when you go and do a PSA test, which is a blood test, and they look for these antigens, it's like an indicator that something is off, but it is not necessarily and should never be used as a final authority that something is wrong. And even the gentleman, the medical doctor who invented, who came up with the concept of PSA, said that it should never ever be used as a final authority. And so one of the best ways to get an idea of what is wrong with the prostate is to do a physical examination, where a medical doctor, somebody who is trained, does an examination, a physical examination of the prostate through the rectum. And what that health practitioner is feeling for is irregularities. So he's feeling for one, if the prostate feels swollen. It's one. Two, he's feeling for any type of bulge or swelling on the prostate. And then he's also feeling for hardening of the prostate. And so these are very, very effective ways of helping us as men to know that something is off. From that healthcare professional will now recommend other tests that will help men to know what is wrong with their prostate. And so for men, age 45, and in some instances even for age 40, depending on your genealogy, it's very important for us to get that PSA examination done. And one thing about Jamaica is that we live in a very homophobic nation, where a lot of men think that for them to do a procedure like that, it is demasculinating, it is demoralizing, and so a lot of times, in our culture, it is shied away from, and so a lot of persons prefer to do the PSA, which is the blood test, and then sometimes think that it's equal to the physical examination. So for men, I would encourage, especially if you come from a certain family background, to be careful in ensuring that you follow through and doing that examination, because it is very helpful. So that's a very good question, and it's very important that is done, because so many men are afraid to do it, and usually when they want to take their health serious, it's usually after the horse has gone through the gate. Zalita Lela says they prefer to have a female examine them. Well, if so be the case, if you're more comfortable with having a female doctor examine you, then no problem. Because of how we are grown, I know it's very uncomfortable to have a male. One thing about women is that from they were very young, Douglas said, "Me love my life, but no doctor will be going around my rump while I am awake." So Douglas, get a female doctor to do it, because let me tell you something. Because of intolerance, and if it's a male doctor that has to do it, nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong. Just ensure that it is done, because I have seen a lot of men who don't take this serious, and that's why one of the products that I have on the site is our Alpha Male Complex. It's a blend of herbs for men 40 and over. There are some herbs that are very important for the prostate, that have been traditionally used for the prostate. And so, you know, once you reach age 40, then you want to ensure that you are paying attention to the prostate, and you're paying attention to that part of the body, because the prostate is not only about, it doesn't have to do with only the prostate, but it has to do with the male reproductive health and a whole. So we have some herbs that has been traditionally used, like the tonkat alley root. So maca root. Then there's what we call L-arginine. Let me paste this in the chat. And I want you to and more. So I'm gonna paste this in the chat. And I want you to research these herbs. I research these minerals for the prostate. Zinc oxide, tonkat alley root, maca root, L-arginine, which helps to regulate blood flow, ginseng, eleuthero, panax ginseng, pumpkin seed extract, sarsaparilla extract, mura puma. These are some of the oat straw, boron, cayenne pepper, catawba, licorice extract. These are some of the herbs that we have combined synergistically to help the prostate and to help with the male reproductive system, especially for men over 40. That's one of the product that we have, and I've put together a bundle on our website. It's called Alpha Male Complex. I've also added one of our supplement that helps with the prostate itself. And if you stay for the end of the show, I have a discount, a coupon, 20% coupon that I want to share with you, where you can go and get it. But we see so many persons who are struggling with enlarged prostate. We see so many men who are struggling with enlarged prostate. This is something that is widespread, and as the person, as we get older, guess what happens? The body begins to deteriorate, and so we're not able to do the things that we used to do. I'm gonna send you another blend of herbs that we have added, especially for the prostate now. And this is especially good for men over 40. Especially for men over 40. And it contains herbs like saw palmetto. And saw palmetto, what do you do? What do you have for incontinence in women? You mean like bedwetting? I want you to look at that. Saw palmetto. Pygeum, which is a herb that grows from Africa. Grape seed extract, pumpkin seed extract. All of these are nettle extract, lycopene from tomato. We also use lycopene is also, guys, lycopene is also found in guava and the guava leaf. So these are some products that we have that I've created a bundle, and it comprises what we call our alpha male complex. And these are all herbs that help with the male reproductive organ. Urge to go to the bathroom fast. Okay. Move Your Cap is asking what for if depending on what is causing that, I recommend corn silk. Help to strengthen the kidney. All right, it helps to strengthen the kidney. There's also uva ursa, a herb that's found in the US. Uva ursa, that's also very good for that condition as well. Move Your Cap for incontinency in women, both in men but also in women. So uva ursa is maybe more easier for you to get a hold of there in the States. Excellent. Corn silk is also a very good herb for that as well. Helps to strengthen the bladder. All right. All right. Any other question? Anybody else want to call in?
Yeah, this is your chance, folks, to voice your opinion, call in the question. We're here at your disposal to answer. And I know a lot of you out there have questions. So here we are. It's 14 minutes past 10. It's 14 minutes past 9 where Dr. Ben is. But wherever you are, please, we're here at your disposal. Call us, put us to the test. The phone line is open, and the number is on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. We await your call.
Right. So
well, while them do that, let me show them something here.
Yes.
Let me show them something. Normally we do this on a Saturday, but we're going to put this up now. Look at this, folks. A people that elect corrupt politicians are not victims, but accomplices. You're just as guilty as those corrupt politicians. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good night. I'm Miss P.
Miss P, big up yourself and the family.
Yeah, man. I'm ready for Dr. Ben Carson.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Ben.
Yes.
All of them, all medication, I will put up. The bush and the thing. Do you have them?
Yes.
That we can source it from you?
Right. Yeah. These are some of the herbs. What we do is that we get these herbs and we form them into compounds. And so these are what I placed on the screen was just some of the herbs that we combine to make the formulations that we make.
Oh, so if I want some, I can just call you and we make arrangement to get them.
Yes. But yes, that is of course so. But what I want to encourage persons, for those persons who are on the show tonight, especially the product that I spoke about, that is one of the products that we have a coupon for. So for the men on the show who have issues with their prostate health, then I've created some coupons so that they can get those.
You can't hear him now, Mr. Hello?
Yeah, me just hear him.
Oh, sorry about that. User error.
Yeah, man,
go ahead.
No, Dr. Ben, go back just the last minute of what you said. Could you just please repeat?
Yes, what I'm saying is that the ingredients that I just showed are ingredients that are found in the compounds. And what I've done is, that is one of the products. So those products, I have a discount coupon. Because what I want to give away to persons who come repeatedly, night after night, and are here on the show. I want them, in addition to the information and the education that they're getting, I want them to also benefit from products that we talk about. So, discounts on products. So on the show on Wednesdays, what I'll do, I'll come with discount coupons that will give out on the show for persons who are watching. That any product that they see on that we talk about and they want, they can now use those coupons to go and get them at a lower rate than for persons who are not watching the show and who just go to the site.
Miss P?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So those products that
Okay, cool. All right.
Mm-hmm. How that word spelled out? Which word is that, reggae girl? You have to spell the word for me to tell me the truth. Which word is that? No, I don't know. Which word is that? You can't go spell the word to tell me what the word is. And you ask me how the word spell. So you might have to call in.
Yeah.
You might have to call
All right.
in.
Well, we'll wait for the calls to come in. See that?
Yes.
That is very profound, people. That is very profound. And we're going to put that up as often as we can. A people that elect corrupt politicians are not victims, but accomplices. Let that sink in for a while.
And that is what? George
Orwell. Yeah, let that sink in for a while, people. Because some of you, truth be told, will be voting for corrupt politicians. And you know them. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Okay, Mr. Rattigan, good night again.
Good night, Miss
It's your time now. It's your time. Your question.
Yes, hit me.
Okay. It's the voting time, you know what's going on. All right. Number one question is a two-part question. Okay. Mr. Rattigan, do Christians have an obligation to vote, sir? That's number one question. Number two, what principles should guide how Christians think about voting, and especially when it comes to politics?
Okay.
Okay, sir?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hang up while I listen to you.
Okay.
All right. Apostle Rattigan or Bishop Rattigan.
Well, look, all I have to do is go back to the Constitution. And the Constitution says it doesn't matter what faith you belong to. There shall be no discrimination. And it also says as a Jamaican, you have the right to vote. So by extension, it doesn't matter whether you're a Christian, whether you're Jewish, Muslim,
Rastafarian,
any other faith. It doesn't matter. You have a right to vote in Jamaica, provided you're over 18, you're mentally sound, and you're a Jamaican citizen. Or if you're a Commonwealth citizen, but you've been living in Jamaica for more than a year. So both questions are answered by just referring to the Constitution, where there shall be no discrimination based on religious beliefs. So it doesn't matter whether you're Christian or otherwise. You have a right to vote. Now, whether you exercise that right is something else. Whether you exercise the right to vote, that's on you. But by being a Jamaican, you have the right to vote. I see where somebody else was calling from. I think it was Cocoa Beach. Let me see who this is. Whoever it was who just called, please call back. The line is open right now. But the line is open to anyone, everyone. You can call in. Oh, while we're doing that,
Rita says, what is good for nerves damage? And, nerves damage is broad. But by extension, Alan said broadly, usually the herbs that are good for nerves damage are the herbs that are vines. Most of the vines, the saucy pearl, the chain root, the blackfish, the milkfish, most herbs that are in the form of vines are usually good for the nerves. Also, a lot of the herbs that grow in rocky slopes are good for nerves because a lot of those herbs have a particular plant constituent called saponins, and those are very good to relax nerves and to soothe nerves. So those are a broad group of herbs that would help almost any condition as it relates to the nerves.
All right. Caller, welcome to Comrades, Ms. Rattigan. Where are you calling from? I beg your pardon? I can wait a minute. There's something here. Hold on, I'm not hearing you. Hello?
I'm calling from Florida.
Okay, I can hear you now, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rattigan, I wanted to know if Andrew can pull a Bernie Madoff stunt in Jamaica and transfer all his assets to his children in the event that he is arrested and charged and prosecuted.
Yes, anything is possible. You can try, but you know what we do? We follow the money. We don't follow people. We follow the money. And so, yeah, and so whatever he has now and he's gonna transfer, he's gonna have to it's his, right? It's in his name, and he has to do something to get it to somebody else. And whatever transfer, whatever means, if it's a withdrawal, if it's a transfer, it's gonna be recorded. You know, it's gonna be yeah, it's gonna be recorded. So he can run, but he can't hide. If that is the case, if that's what he's planning to do. Now, let me just say this: that he has a right to transfer property to his family, to his friends, to strangers. He has the absolute right to do that. But then someone may question the motive behind it. Why are you doing it? And if it's done to evade questions being asked by investigators, and that's going to be a problem.
Okay. That's good news then. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Take care of yourself. Be well.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, Dr. Ben. See my boss, I know people. See there. And the well, them now watch anyway. But anyway, that's my boss. See the boss, I know what them call the chicken boss, you know. See what them do with it, huh? Them fix it up nice. Look what them do with it. And them carry, them carry some passengers, but them actually carry a lot of chicken. That's how them started out. So them call them chicken boss. So, but them fix them up nice.
And this is where in Guatemala?
I think it's Guatemala, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Guatemalan chicken boss. See it, huh? Like I was telling you, there's a gentleman who goes to who travels from Guatemala to the US every 2 to 3 weeks. And we'll talk about that this Saturday. And he pays between $3,000 to $5,000 for these buses. So I don't know how we end up averaging $80,000 for a bus. And you know, a bus that the US government is just only too happy, or the school districts are only too happy to get rid of. See them, huh? See them there? It's the shop some fold on top already, though. You're right up there, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that. But again, I go back to this people that elect corrupt politicians are not victims but accomplices. Don't be an accomplice. Do not be an accomplice. Dr. Ben, you want to hear something? You want to hear more of the Prime Minister, or where you want to?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we give him a little bit more. All right. Let me see where. All right, we'll go hit this thing out. Hit this one out.
Recently, and as I walked and I spoke to some of the people there, they tell me, thanks, Prime Minister.
He's talking about crime right there. It's funny. People, he says people thanking him. They're thanking him 2025. When he said he wasn't going to handle the problem in 2016, said he was going to handle the problem. People, I keep saying this because I want to reinforce the point. For those of you joining us late, who did not, let me put it back, who did not see this video, and you're planning to vote, please pay attention to this. I don't know if Did you see the video, Dr. Ben, with the thing about the gentleman talking about life after campaign?
No.
All right, here we go. Hold on, let me pull it up for you. Here we go.
A story about a big man who died and went to the other side. On that day, God had decreed that whoever arrives must choose where to go, whether heaven or hell. So this man was excited. He demanded to visit hell first. And he got into something which looked like a lift, and he went down to hell. When the doors opened, things were glorious. The devil had no tail. The devil had no horns. He even met his friends. They were healthy, eating well, drinking well, making merry. Then it was time up, and he then demanded to be taken to heaven. In heaven, the picture was nice. Angels floating around, good music, the Lord Almighty presiding and reigning supreme. Finally, he was asked, what's your choice? Because you are not going to be judged. There's no judgment today. Judge for yourself. He thought, you know, these bishops have been telling lies and spoiling the name of the devil. The devil is a very fine man. He looks after his people. Now all these imams in the mosques making noise, saying Satan, Satan. This man is not bad at all. And in any case, heaven seems to be overrated. As a matter of fact, it's a bit boring. That was the debate in his head. So when the angel asked him to choose, he said, I have chosen that I'll go to hell, now that I've seen it with my own eyes. And the angel said, get into the lift. He got into the lift, and it took him down, but when the doors opened, things had changed. The place looked like a desert. His friends were wearing dirty clothes. They were eating from the garbage pit. And the devil was now complete in his devilish regalia. The tail was out, the horns were out, and he was carrying a whip. So he tiptoed towards the devil and said, excuse me, sir, you remember me, don't you? I was here the other day. You surely remember me. And Lucifer said, go to hell, I don't remember you. What do you have to say anyway? He said, you know, the other day things were very nice here. Things have been changed for the worse today. What's happening? The devil said, I'm sorry, my friend. The day you came, we were campaigning. So, now, therefore, we need to tell our people to know that there's life after campaigns. Okay. Thank you very much.
See? It's life after campaign. And you see what happens? They tell you all kinds of things, they show you all kinds of things while they're campaigning. And then once the campaign is over, and think
reality checks in.
Yes, our people were promised all kinds of things in 2016, Dr. Ben. And things did not improve. There are a lot as a community, as a collective. Individuals benefited, but as a collective, they didn't. And then in 2020, they got more promises. And after 2020, after the election of 2020, individuals benefited, but as a collective, it was stagnant, didn't improve. And now, here it is now, 2025, and they're coming back with the same stale promises that they had. It's not going to work. Hold on 1 second, please. Call a good night. Welcome to Cumbries, Ms. Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yeah. Jamaica, man. I'm the man.
Okay, go ahead.
But listen, man, give me a minute. All right. I read the time, I know.
Yes, we are reasonable.
Yeah. I think when I look at if the Prime Minister, to what he must say, if you believe it didn't mean with good, love the Jamaican people. I understand that the PNP has a book them venue across what they have been meeting. It's alleged coming in here with the million a year. And they get them permit and everything. And then all of a sudden, The Prime Minister come up and he go to the police, and the police say, no, sir, I cannot give you because they approximated from Crossroad to Tree and a massive meeting and he said it. No. I understand that the man says, I'm gonna keep my meeting. You don't have to give me. I am the government. No. Tell me something. What modern democracy are we calling? I can't pronounce it good. Would that could happen? It happened a month ago when this girl, Birchell, I keep a meeting with the taxi man then, and she book her venue, get her permit. Then, when she occupy a meeting, the Prime Minister go down there again with this same bully business. She go keep meeting probably close by. We'll have to postpone it. Then, Mr. Prime Minister, when you do all of those things, you believe well-thinking people who are think straight and not in no party line. How you think would I assess you out of 10? You imagine, say, PNP in the crossroad with a mass meeting. You upper half a tree, a mass meeting. Security forces in Jamaica are limited. Where would I get so much security personnel to man them at 2 meetings? That's chaos. In a year one meeting, fight broke in a peer party. Then imagine if the 2 parties, because you have people go drink their woman, then he go take them over. And then the next morning, in a year, almost dead, almost this, almost that. How would you feel as a Prime Minister? When you do those things, sir, you only make people vex and not voting for you. Now you come back again, sir, and talk about young people. How much young people does the police kill and say targeted operation? So why these young people are going to look and go vote for you when you kill out their cousin, their brother, their baby father, their uncle, and say targeted operation? Hello? Don't get me wrong. If a man, woman who's named to be a tongue and one rising weapon at the police, we don't have a problem with him taking him down. Me and the police and anybody try to hurt me, I'm going to defend myself. Right? I'm going to defend myself. But, Honorable Prime Minister, what you are doing even in this silly season, what you are talking, you are getting the Jamaican people them upset. I will give you advice. Just kick back and let the thing run. Because every time you and your minister open your mouth and talk foolishness, look at this senator. The man will say my president is senator. I will say Mark Golden honored liar. Now Mr. Ratty, as a liar, what different category of liar you have, sir?
Fully.
All right.
And in fact, you have some lawyers who they don't go to court.
Okay. So if Mark Golden is a liar when the commercial business work with big establishment, he is not a criminal liar. So when would I go to jail also?
Yeah, but you know,
so when
when I saw that video, I just ignored it because a rum talk, them talk there. Them talk not no real talk. Them talk there a rum talk, man. Or just talk for kind of distract people and send them in a different direction. Because the only thing we need to say is that not every lawyer practices in a way where they have to go to court. Particularly if you're in the high finance business world, hardly is it okay because you're there to make deals. You're there to structure deals. And so, and some lawyers, they're draftsmen and draftswomen. They draft contracts and they sit down, they go over provisions and things. And you'll never see those people in court. You'll never see those people. Lots of lawyers, you know, they don't go to court because the area of law that they're involved in, it doesn't require them to go to court. And if they have to go to court, they have members who will go to court. They do something else and somebody else will go to court. So I just ignore them things. And look, the president, he knows better. But he's the kind of person like this. He's antagonistic. He'll just try to get you all riled up. He'll say all kind of outrageous things. And this is just an outrageous statement, you know, to give the impression that because he has never seen Mark Golding in court, then Mark Golding is not a good lawyer. It's nonsense.
Next one. The boss one. Me know you're going to go down night, but me just what is the top part. This man been from 1983. He have a skeleton in closet. Well, all when he dead, and him pick me, that the skeleton are going in closet. And he just come now and depart Isaac back. Sir, just come off of Isaac. Because what you are demonstrating is that you don't believe in rehabilitation. And that's it. So that is the reason why when you go around and murder young people, use the police force to kill them as a target operation. A child of 17, just there's a doctor here can tell us they have enough in the reach maturity for certain things, in just a grow and in just a live. Certain responsibility in really understand. Well, in getting himself in a little thing, in God doing time, he honestly he redeem himself and come back in a society and be an astute man where him never know what Isaac know. Isaac is a role model to all young man and woman who feel like there's no hope. And when Isaac tell you when go through and then look at Isaac and say, I want to be like that man. Okay? So, me don't know what to them people. You don't want to win election. Just talk the truth. Do the thing. But there is no truth to be talked. You don't print paper. You don't have to print no paper. Because we live here, we see where we have no hospital, no road, no education system. But I understand that in politics, we have a little banter here and there and little run and go along with a little step. But you, the Jamaica Labour Party, on the banter, I got too far. And I pray to God that plenty of them banter, you get a lawsuit where you have to pay dearly for. You can banter, yes, no problem. But how you banter? No. May I can fling them out, you know, you don't answer. This lady pan RJ, I disrespect Mark Golding wife. She mightn't call Mark Golding name. But Mark Golding wife name. But when you ever come and say Mark Golding not dress good, that means the same wife, they look upon him when he come out. Then wife, no see that he dress good. But me have a message to you. Mark Golding did look good. And Mark Golding wife is not a home wrecker. Okay? Mark Golding wife is not a home wrecker. She is, and she will be the next first lady of Jamaica. All right? So me want to know come off of Sandra Golding. Sandra Golding find her love when she was a young, beautiful, and still beautiful girl. Her name has never called on another man. Neither did she wreck nobody's yard. So when you not go in all those deep, it tell us and tell it well think in Jamaica that you are low, you have nothing about you. Keep the lady out of politics. That lady has never asked to become a member of parliament. She's the wife of our next prime minister, and she will show you how a first lady operates. Not like the bully we buy chicken from 2020 and the chicken them just hatch in a 2025. Okay? And I yield back.
Okay, all right, thanks. All right, let me respond to Ms. P's the last point there about the seemingly personal attacks against the leader of the opposition's wife. Folks, these things are going to happen when questions are presented that there is no adequate response. It's just like when you hear them say, bad mind. Bad mind to me is synonymous with, me can't answer your question. I do have an answer. I don't have a good answer. So what do? I just turn it point. You know, we say in law that if you have the best case you can have is a case that is on point with the law. You argue that. And if that doesn't work, if you don't have a case that is on point with the law, then you argue the facts. You try to twist the facts to fit the law. And if you don't have the facts, if you don't have the law and you don't have the facts, you attack the person. You make it personal. You try to rattle them cage. And what you do is you try to take them off course and you distract, you detract, and you obfuscate. And you do everything to take away the focus from what the real issue is. Now, if they meaning the government, if they had answers to the questions being posed, they would answer the question. Like, for example, if somebody said to the prime minister, it's the prime minister, you have 28 bank accounts, and we found out that you were involved in Ponzi schemes like Olent and Cash Plus. Is it true? Please explain. If he had a good explanation, I'm just saying this for the sake of the conversation. If there was a good answer, he would say, no, that's not true. I was never involved in Olent. I was never involved in Cash Plus. I don't have 28 bank accounts. And that's how you would answer. You'd answer the question, right? But when you said, no, you asked me, no, bad mind. Let's bring it to home. When you ask questions about the rural school bus program and you hear Minister Vaz say you're bad mind, it's because he can't answer. There's no good answer to what he did. None whatsoever. So what he has to do, he has to deflect and say, well, on a bad mind, and we're going to give him a bus after bus after bus after bus. Well, the rural school bus program, as implemented by the government, is a bust. B-U-S-T. It's a failure. It's a failure. The program itself, let's be clear abundantly. The rural school bus program is an outstanding idea. We're all in agreement that the children living in the rural areas of Jamaica, they need public transportation to get them to school so that they can learn and become productive members of our society. We're all in agreement with that. What we're not in agreement with is that you take the money, 1.4 billion, and you go buy something look like this. Because I was just looking at the invoice for the 26 buses, the invoice that's out there, and this is a 2010 bus. And we have 2010, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of the 26 buses, they're the age of the bus you're looking on. Are you looking at 10 of them? That bus you're looking at, there's a 2010 bus. And 10 of the 26 buses on the invoice displaying 26 buses imported from the United States into Jamaica. They're the age of that bus. I'll tell you how many of them are 2011s. Three of them 2011. 2014, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of them are 2014 buses. 2015, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them are 2015 buses. So the latest model of the 26 that we have on this invoice is 2015. 10 years old. And the driver sits on the left. The doors open on the right, which is a no-no. It's bad for Jamaica where they drive on the where you're going to have the driver sitting on the right. Not to mention, Cassandra, you're right. These buses can't go into certain rural areas. You're right. And then you have to look at the differential. Some of these buses, they're not made with the differential to climb hills. So how are you going to get them up in the hills of St. Mary and Portland? I have a question. Doc, see if you can give me an answer for this. And I'm throwing this out to all the people in the chat. See if you can answer this for me. You have a bus. Bus breakdown in Westmoreland. Another one broke down in Portland. Where will they fix them, Doc?
That's a good question. Because those are two polar ends.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you see how big. And this bus here can only carry about 40 something. There are buses, I think, that the capacity is greater than this one. So they're not cars. So where are you going to fix these buses? And keep in mind that you need specially trained mechanics to fix these buses. And then you need bus depots for these buses. You can't use no shade tree mechanic, not to cast aspersions on shade tree mechanics, because some of them are good, but they have no experience working on these types of buses. So where will these buses be fixed?
That's a very good question. You know, sometimes what I find is that a lot of politicians create work for themselves, or they create opportunities. You know, they do things in such a way where they create opportunities for themselves, because it may very well be that some politician or some relative to some politician or somebody on the benefit may open a garage who has the exclusive rights to fixing these buses.
You know, it's just like how the minister led us to believe, or we have documentation demonstrating to us that El Hydro, that company that's involved in chemicals, that they imported these buses to Jamaica. And one of the things we were told that El Hydro is the exclusive agent and distributor and whatnot for Bluebird. And when we went to Bluebird, when we went to their website and we asked, or we Google and asked, who is the representative for Bluebird in the Caribbean? Because that was what was said, that El Hydro is the representative, Bluebird's representative for the Caribbean, not just Jamaica. And when we asked, who's Bluebird's representative in the Caribbean, they said, we don't have one. We don't have one. So who going to fix these buses? You have a bus broke down in a Clarendon one at Westmoreland, one at St. Thomas, one at who went fix these buses? Miss Philly, go ahead, please. I recognize the number.
I'm going to hide it from you, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, go ahead.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I have a little talk that I just want to talk calmly and quietly to our Prime Minister. No, Mr. Prime Minister, I was watching last night where you were on platform with the former, Audrey Meeks. Yes, Audrey Mark. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Rattigan, Marks. And you were saying to the people that you are the Prime Minister that has done more than any other Prime Minister in Jamaica for the people. Mr. Prime Minister, let me say Andrew Holness now. You are a liar. You know that's not true. You know this thing that is called fact check? We do our fact check, Mr. Prime Minister. So I don't understand why all the time you are trying to own people's work that they have done. Give the people their honor for what they have done. Own what you have done. Because you have a doctorate. That's what you say. But I would never call you Dr. Holiness. No. Andrew, you know the word named plagiarism? Mm-hmm. That doctorate of yours that you say you have obtained should have taught you that. Right? So you stop lying to the people. And in that meeting, most of the people there at the front were young girls. Look about 15, 16. Then I recognize and say to myself, these are the ones that are bought out with the $20,000. Because you could see that they were free-headed, bottom jaw out the door, the shorts way up, you know, and all of that. And you just buck them up in a little corner right there, so, and I tell them all kind of nonsense. I took you in, sir. Stop it, man. And because you know that some Jamaicans don't like to read, or even if they can't read, try to know the truth. And if they are listening, I'm inviting you all to Rattigan University on Saturday. Or you can go on Mystic. You can go on Carlos. You can go on Wayne Lonesome. You can go on Andre, Hot Topic, Antigen, and there are more. Because guess why? We speak the truth. Because we know that you all like to sue. So we're not giving you all that opportunity. So we do a fact check. Sir, please stop doing plagiarism and character assassination. Because no matter what you do, Marky G will be the general. How about that? You saw him look nice last night? You saw the thing well thought out and put together? JLP folks, class is class. The thing nice is set off. Show that they are prepared. Good up to our leader and those who have to put that program or manifesto together. That is what Jamaica needs right now. You promising the people right there last night. Look at the hospital in 9 years, almost 10. You could not deliver. So why promising again? You're just embarrassing yourself over and over. And then I want to ask those people, when it come on to a leader, there's certain things that applies. Integrity, discipline, truth, honesty. And the list goes on. That's what you look for in a leader, people. Do you want, as soon to finish, Mr. Rattigan, do you want a leader who cannot declare his statutory deduction, how he becomes a billionaire, taking taxpayers' money, behaving like bad man and like a mafia? Huh? Cannot tell the people what is going on in their country? Just take and take and take. And who is supporting the people who are stolen? It's a group of them and he's the leader of it. Come on, people. This is the time, the opportunity to vote. Vote them out. You deserve better. Come on, don't let this opportunity go. And you don't decide. Young people, you have a problem to decide? Come over to Rattigan University and all the decent warriors who is punching you to truth. And you can't sue any of us or any of them when we talk. Because he knows it's them. He's taking his own government to court, the IC. And he's the one that says, don't take up on the politician them. Bring them to account. And we're bringing him, the leader, and the others to account. And yet, he takes the IC to court. How can that be? Sister, the man not serious about speaking the truth. What more you want? It's there. Come on, young people, decide. Your life will be better under the leadership of Marky G, the General Mark Golding. Okay? So you don't have a problem. Look, learn, listen, and you get it right. Okay? Cast a vote for the People's National Party. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Rattigan.
All right, Miss Phillip. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Folks, let me just show you something, right? This is Bluebird, the bus company that we were told that El Hydro, that they're a dealer. And you see, I can't make it any bigger, Kevin, or they have felt me out. But right here, where it says right here, enter, it says find a dealer service center and or parts center. You see that right there? And then below that in small writing, it says enter any of the following to search by city, state, providence, zip, country, or even full address. And so in state province, we put in Jamaica, West Indies as a dealer. And here's what the search says. This search returned no results. No results. So we don't know what the minister is talking about, whether it's and if it's Thomas, Thomas has a dealer, but it's not Hell Hydro. It's not Hell Hydro. So when you hear them, when you hear these loose stock people, just go ahead and do your fact check. Doesn't take much. It really does not take much. Just a click of a button, and you can tell whether or not these people are telling you the truth. Because what he's saying is, well, you know what? We should always remember this. Always remember this.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Do not trust the words of politicians. And if you think that they're going to be honoring their promises and telling you the truth, you've had this example staring you in the face since 2016. It's not going to happen. If you think that they're going to be telling you the truth, If you think the prime minister is going to tell you the truth about his financial situation, listen to this.
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Conversation with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm Mr. Rattigan. Good night. How are you?
Doing well.
I'm
thank you.
calling.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good. I'm calling somewhere from the Eastern Seaboard here, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ben, how are you?
I am good.
Okay, very well. Okay, I just want to touch a little bit on Mr. Voss and his disrespectful way speaking down to the Jamaicans, calling them a fool. You know, this man, he has no integrity, none whatsoever. Even that person that sweep the street, we must respect those people. All right? So, Mr. Voss, your words, sir, a single careless remark can crush someone's spirit, while a single sincere sentence can make a person feel treasured for life. Okay, I have a question for you, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, a few years ago, if you recall, a lady who had a child in her car. I believe that child was the mentally challenged baby, a young child. And I'm not sure where it happened, but the child was killed. And she had refused to turn in her phone for the phone to be checked to see the last call that was made. The phone was turned in, I believe, 1 year later. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay, can you debate on that for me while I go back and listen to you?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the caller is referring to, if you remember, there's a lady who was married to, I think she's still married to a gentleman from an influential family. I think they're in the hotel business. But she claimed to be driving down a street with potholes, whatever, and somebody they dragged out the child, and that was that. They found the child dead, and they were asking for her to turn over her phone so they could do a forensic analysis of the phone, and I believe she refused to do it. To the best of my knowledge, she was never arrested. And the last thing I heard was that they couldn't open the phone, and she was still protesting against them opening the phone. And I think they were trying to get Apple or one of the manufacturers to open the phone so that they could go in and do whatever audit, whatever analysis they needed to do. But that case, as far as I know, is still pending. It has not been resolved. So just another day in the life of an investigator in Jamaica, where they're trying to get stuff done, it's not being done, and you have so many things going on, and then that case is going to be overtaken, or has been overtaken, by other cases. 7-day, 9-day wonder. Remember, and I want to thank the caller for bringing that up, because that case is buried. You don't hear anybody talking about that case. You don't. And there are many more cases you don't hear people talking about, because every time, because in Jamaica, this is just my sense, and I hope I'm wrong, but I just happen to think I'm right, that you don't get, in general, you don't get investigative reporting. What you get is you get reporting. They report this happened, and then they move on, and then they report something else happened, and they move on, and they report. There are very few people in Jamaica actually looking at the issue from all angles and trying to determine what really happened, who's responsible, and what are the authorities doing to bring these people or this person to justice. We don't see a lot of that happening, and it's sad. And that has led to the belief that as a community, the journalists, have been either they've been bought and paid for, or they're fearful, or they're just lazy or inadequately prepared to deal with the task. Pick your choice. At the end of the day, the work is not being done. It's not being done. And that creates a vacuum. And that vacuum is now being filled by people like myself and others who make it our duty to get to the bottom of these things and to present the facts as best we can to our people so that they can understand. But it's not being done in Jamaica, at least on the level that we expect it to be or it should be. We have reporters, we don't have investigative reporters. And I say that I don't mean that in an absolute terms, because you're going to hear somebody say tomorrow, Dr. Benson, me say all of the journalists, them are this. No, I said in the main, you have a few people doing what should be done, but in the main, no. And if you don't believe me, look, Dr. Ben, just look at the post-cabinet briefings. Just go back and look at them and look at the questions being asked of officials by so-called journalists, and you'll understand what I'm saying. There's so many questions they could ask them, and then they ask them some fool questions. But Dr. Ben, is that your question?
No, that's actually OT is putting up the code.
Okay.
The product and the code, the QR code. So
okay. Somebody, Dorit asked, what about the other baby that they kill her and her mother rip baby Paul well? Oh, that case is still pending as well. Hello, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan.
Yeah, it's a follow-up here, Mr. Rattigan. Thanks very much for your input on that situation. Hopefully, if a new government take over in Jamaica, these are the things that they must look into, and these past people losing their lives, whether it's by the law enforcement or regular people, they have to bring those cases back to life. I don't think there's a statute of limitation when someone's life is lost. And I thank you again very much for your answer. I have a quick question for Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben?
Yes.
Dr. Ben, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Ben, is there any such thing of someone consuming too much water? Would you explain that to me, please?
Yes.
Let me step off. Let me go back to the class, please.
Okay. Yes, because in life the key is balance, and so yes, one can consume too much water, and what happens is that usually that happens when persons they get real thirsty and they drink, and then what happens is that they just keep on urinating. So what's going to happen? And what happens is that if you over urinate, just like if you over sweat, when you over sweat, you lose a lot of minerals in your sweat. Well, what happens when you drink too much water causes you to urinate a lot, and you also lose a lot of your minerals in your urine. So that works both ways, which is why the goal is not to drink, it's not to gulp water and then after gulping it feeling that urge to go to the bathroom. What you want to do is to sip it, and sometimes the reason why it's difficult to sip it is because you're so thirsty. So you want to not wait until you're thirsty, so that what you drink your body actually absorbs. And while, as I said, those are the code. The alpha male is the name of the product. You go to the site, type in the name, and when you're cashing it out, you put in, there's going to be a section for you to add the codes, and you just put the code, and it knocks off the it knocks off the percentage of the total price that you actually pay. So that's how you use that. The name is just so that you can search for the product and then use the code.
Let me answer a question here. A dear friend of ours put this question to me, said the lady's name regarding with the baby that was killed. The lady's name is Amoy Issa. She was married to one of the Issas, and our friend said the case is not pending. It has been squashed. She is living in Canada. And why didn't the police do that?
What do you mean squash? What do you mean squash? The kids are thrown out.
Well, that's what I was gonna get to, because there is no statute of limitations on murder. So even if it's squashed now, they can bring it. Even if squash meaning that it's the investigation has been paused or terminated, because they can't get to the phone or whatever it is that's preventing them from bringing the case to a conclusion. But there is no statute of limitation on murder. So in my estimation, it's never squashed. It's just there for the right investigator to come along and look at it as a cold case and deal with it. Caller, hold on 1 second, please. To come and deal with it. And it says, why didn't the police do their job? That's a question I can't answer, because if they took possession of the phone, and I've seen it happen before, where you send the phone off to Apple or whomever, and they can get in the phone and pull the information out that you need. So I don't know why that wasn't done, especially since they brag about their international connections and their international partners. The U.S. Embassy is just down the road from the police high command. It's not too far. So I have no idea why that wasn't done. And then the caller is gonna take some action, as we all should, with all of these things. I wish more people would get involved, but the caller is gonna take some decisive action to get to the bottom of it. So I want to thank you for that. Caller, go ahead, please.
Mr. Rattigan, yes. I'm not going to stay long because I've called before. But as that lady was talking about that little boy, I remember that too. And quite often, people who have passed, that their cases are lingering in the courts, I've been thinking about them. So it's just so ironical that that lady come up with this right now. So let me piggyback on this. The lady, the child's mother, she's of the high echelon of society. So that is why that case is left like that. But then as a mother, and something like that happens to your child, you give up your phone. So that shows, the attitude of the mother shows that she has something to hide. And that is the reason why now when I look back on some of the laws, they have to be revised and all of that, because people are getting away too often in Jamaica with crimes. That little boy needs justice. And I must say this and get out the phone. The DPP sat on her butt. It's lazy. Nothing else. Because if you want the information, you want the evidence, you got to give time for it to come in. Proceed with the case. She sit there and she soon leave office. That woman has a pile of unsolved cases there that she has perhaps put them in 513. Now, coming forward right now with all tough turn and all that is going on, and we know, and she sit there still. I'm using that one as an example.
Right.
She could prosecute. The truth is right there. And number two, with Vaz on the bus, up until now, he has not shown receipt. Put them up on social media, no man, make people see. If you all have nothing to hide. So, I mean, I'm wondering, she's just getting taxpayers' money for nothing, people. This woman is something else. But there's a saying in the Bible that says, he that knoweth the will of the Father and do not do it, I'm paraphrasing,
shall be striped with many stripes.
Shall be beaten with many stripes. Yes. So I leave that to Paula Lewin and all the others, legal official, Chuck, you're one of them too, who know that they're hiding truth that people, even the dead, deserve. Something wrong with them.
All right.
and they're gonna pay in the end. Thank you for your time. I'm not coming back on it tonight. But that case in particular with that little boy, he needs justice. And I don't want to say the wrong thing, what it look like, or I can use the word allegedly. Perhaps I should kill him. Gone. Bye-bye.
What he's asking, why are criminals allowed to leave during an active investigation? Because they're not criminals, OT. You're innocent until proven guilty. It's alleged that the person did the thing, committed the dastardly act, but only a determination by a jury or a judge that you're a criminal, you're a convicted criminal, will suffice. So right now, when you say why are criminals, it should be why are alleged criminals allowed to leave during an active investigation. Right. And yeah, and some of that is because they don't see you as a flight risk. Your lawyer made a persuasive argument that you're not a flight risk, and then so they don't take your travel documents, and then you're gone. But what they should do is the police, they should put the names at the airport so that when you put your passport in, unless you're going to use a different a passport with a different name, but you check in with that passport, it should trigger an alarm right there saying that this person is not supposed to leave. There's a case pending. But again, going back to what my friend wrote, that why aren't the police doing their job? And so that's where we are. Let me show you something. Miss Philly just talked about the bus, and we're going to beat this one out. We're going to beat this one out.
Only 100 Jamaican dollars per day per student. This school bus system, 100 routes, 258 schools, 328,000 students in the first phase. Within 2 years, we will be able to cover the 850 schools. 650,000 students will be able to go to school every morning in a safe, economic, efficient service. Big up yourself. Yeah. See that? September morning. Come in, schoolers. Come in.
We're going to get 7 school buses that will be serving some of the remote areas of the parish. And I'm certain that the children of this parish will be very happy to be able to use those buses. And of course, those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare. Those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare. Those buses will be free of cost to them in terms of bus fare.
Schoolers only. $50 each way. 100 Jamaican dollars per day per student.
What a real bro God, what a real Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said it free, he's in the parish, and we have this gentleman saying that no, it's $100 per day. Caller, go ahead, please. Welcome.
Yeah, good night. You know, I something find out.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, all right. We have some mysterious deaths of some people in this country where we're not getting no closure.
Yeah.
Is it too late for us to get closure? For instance, Mr. Moore, the one with Achilles, we go over a cliff and me never did try and get up back and hang himself. Dr. Bloomfield, Barbara Veal, and Kevin Smith, the same little boy there. And he went up a Patrick Bailey house. I returned there to those kids, for those kids to resurrect.
Okay.
And look at, we have the license to exhume the body them, we find them buried to find out what exactly happened. And I yield back.
Okay, all right. Let me answer the question. There is no statute of limitation on murder. If somebody is murdered, or it's determined that somebody is murdered, let's say that the coroner says that cause of death, a homicide, somebody killing of another person unlawfully, right? That case will remain open until a determination is made otherwise. As long as they're saying that it's a murder, that case will remain open until it's resolved. Either they're going to catch the person who's responsible, or it's going to stay in a cold case. And I think Jamaica just started doing that a few years ago. Just started having cold case units where they go back and they look at cases that weren't solved for whatever reason. They try to piece it together and see if they can, putting fresh sets of eyes on a problem that's been in existence for quite some time. If it's determined that it was suicide, like the very first case Ms. P mentioned, the gentleman who drove off Spurtree, got out of the vehicle, and then allegedly hung himself. If it's determined to be a suicide, that case is closed. However, if you have evidence suggesting or indicating that it was a murder, they can reopen that case. So the case is closed. Nobody's going to be looking at that case any further beyond what the determination is, which is suicide. They're not going to be looking beyond that. However, if the family start putting pressure and said no, and we've seen it here in the United States a lot of times where the coroner says one thing and the family says we don't believe that to be the case, and they start putting pressure on the police, start putting pressure on the coroner, and we've seen cases where coroners have reversed their decision based on new evidence. So yes, there is no statute of limitations on a murder. And if a case has been determined to be other than a murder, like for example, suicide, and the case is closed, you can still have that case reopened provided you have new evidence. It can't be the same evidence that led them to that determination. It has to be something else that they can say, okay, definitively, it is not suicide. There was a mistake made in classifying it as suicide. We have to reopen the case now. So that's when they sometimes they exhume bodies and they can go back. And especially in this age of technology, there are things that they can do with an exhumed body that they couldn't do 50, 60 years ago. So I hope that answers your question or your questions, Ms. P. Dr. Ben, are they using DNA cold cases? Are they using DNA evidence for cold cases in Jamaica? Trish, I don't know, but they claim to have a lab, so they should. But I don't know. Just because they have something doesn't mean you're using it. And we've seen it quite often in Jamaica. And when I say, oh, I need to clarify something. People, when I keep my focus on Jamaica, some people say, well, them do it over here and they do it in Australia, and they have problems in America where you are, and they have problems in Canada. I could care less. My focus is Jamaica. If we start saying, well, these countries are having the same problem, then it takes away the focus of trying to resolve that problem in Jamaica. So I'm saying just pretend as if the problem is only happening in Jamaica, just for limited purposes. Just pretend like that. And if you start looking at the problem like that, then you're forced to say, okay, how can we resolve this? Now, once you say, how can we resolve this, then you widen the aperture. You broaden your scope. And you start saying, well, where else is this happening? Let's see how they're trying to address the problem, and let's see how they've addressed the problem. But first, you have to have a single-minded focus on the problem that you have, and you can't broaden it immediately and say, well, everybody's having the problem, because if the analysis is that, then what that means then is we won't do anything about it because other people are not doing anything about it. But if you say we're going to do something about it, and you start and you say, okay, let's see who else is addressing this problem. That's the way I would go about it. What if cause of death is inconclusive due to lack of evidence? Well, if it's inconclusive due to lack of evidence, then you're going to have some evidence to move forward. Because if it's inconclusive, if the coroner says it's inconclusive, you're going to have something that will cause the coroner to make to get off the fence and make a decision so that you can move forward. But it all comes down to evidence. If you don't have the evidence, then you really don't have the case. Because evidence is actually your proof. And remember, no, you can't go to court and you can't argue conjecture. You can't argue what I believe. You can't argue, well, and in most cases, you can't say, well, somebody told me, because it comes under hearsay, except where you have the exceptions. So you have to have the proof and say, here is, and the proof, you have to connect the proof to the act and say, this happened, here's what I have, and this is what happened, and here's why I believe this person did this, and you can connect them. How about the school girl who Vaz didn't call up about? Cliff McHugh, I'd love to entertain that question, but I don't know much about it, and I don't want to speculate. If anybody knows about it, then they certainly can talk about it. I've heard bits and pieces, and I really don't think it's my place to talk about things that I really don't have a good handle. What else? Is not Patrick House, is a man house. Okay. Cold cases. More go to the back. Okay. All right. So that's where we are, folks. I think we're gonna wrap it up because we don't have any more phone calls and I don't see any more questions. Oh, caller, good night. Go ahead, please. Hello. Hello.
Hi there again, Mr. Rattigan. I'm listening intently to these two cases. So the Mr. Fitzbailey was the one who threw that case. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so Mr. Fitzbailey was the one who decided that there was no conclusion for that gentleman who went over the cliff. Now he's a police commissioner at a different island. And the lady with the baby, she's in Canada. Let's say they find evidence. Can they not have those? Can they not, I don't know if they have treaties. I don't know how it works with Canada and the island where the man is at. Can they not have them return to Jamaica to stand trial? Or, well, Mr. Bailey would be the one who said there was no findings. But can they not have them return to Jamaica just in case something comes up and they find some type of evidence?
Yes.
All right, let me go back to the class.
If they come up with evidence that the lady in Canada is implicated in the murder of the child, then they certainly can file for extradition. And I believe there's an extradition treaty between Canada and Jamaica. I believe there is an extradition treaty. I can check right now and find out, but that's how that would work. And it's a very structured, sometimes tedious diplomatic process to get somebody back. It takes a while. With Mr. Bailey, that's different because he's an investigator. He's not implicated in the crime itself, and so they could subpoena him to come back to testify, but he's not charged with anything. So I don't know how that. The best you could do is ask him to come back or subpoena him to come back, and I'm sure he would, to come back and testify as to if there's new evidence suggesting that it was a murder as opposed to a suicide. They could bring him back to ask, well, how did he arrive at his conclusion? Let me just find out if there's an extradition treaty between Canada and Jamaica. 1 second. Okay. Okay. Here's what it says. It says that there is no extradition treaty between Canada and Jamaica. So Canada does not have to, if Jamaica says, look, you have a criminal, you have somebody that committed, or you have somebody suspected of committing a crime in Jamaica, and we want that person to be returned, they don't have to honor that request. But it says they can handle it. There's no formal extradition treaty, but they can handle it on a case-by-case basis through diplomatic channels and domestic legislation, which may allow for extradition in the absence of a treaty, if certain conditions are met. So, to answer your question, there is no extradition. There's no formal extradition treaty between Jamaica and Canada. So, if there's a Jamaican criminal living in Canada, and the Jamaican government, wanted that person back, there is no formal extradition. So they couldn't file they couldn't formally file an extradition request because there is no treaty. However, they could do it on a case-by-case basis, and then that would go through, again, diplomatic channels. And I am sure that if it's like in this instance, let's say the lady, the investigation in Jamaica determines that this lady is responsible. I am sure that if the Jamaican government made a case for her return, the Canadian government, in all likelihood, would. In all likelihood, they would honor the request to return that person to Jamaica. But of course, the person is gonna fight extradition to saying there's no extradition, but they go around it because they have a case-by-case mechanism where they deal with these cases. And I guess it depends on the severity. It depends on the evidence, because then Jamaican government would have to provide the evidence and say, here's the evidence we have that she's involved. And if it's persuasive enough, if it's strong enough, then the Canadian government, they're going to say, well, we don't want this person living here. So they need to go back and face justice in Jamaica. So that's where we are. Yeah, because there have several countries where there is no extradition treaty. One of them is Cuba. There's no extradition treaty between Cuba and the United States, for example. Another one is Brazil. You have a lot of U.S. criminals living in Brazil because they know they're not gonna. The Brazilian government is not gonna turn them over. However, well, I better not say what I better keep on my mouth. So, all right. So that's updates on new DPP. There are 4 people that have been shortlisted. It's Kathy Pike, who's in the DPP's office. There's a lady, I think her last name is Thompson. She was the acting DPP last year when the DPP stepped away from the job or was removed by the court temporarily. There is a senior counsel, his name escapes me now, but he's argued some high profile cases with the DPP. In fact, the DPP came out and said that she had worked cases with him involving tainted juries. She mentioned him. And then there is Kamika Prince, I believe her name is, and that's the lady who was over at the Integrity Commission, the one who refused to prosecute the Prime Minister in the Westcon case and refused to prosecute the Prime Minister in the investigation that was done last year regarding the 28 bank books, where 4 of them were not reported to the Integrity Commission, and there was a recommendation for him to be charged or to be prosecuted, and she She said no. So those are the 4 people. We're looking at all 4 right now. We're looking at all 4. And I can tell you that 3 of them I'm not satisfied with. We'll talk more about that. We're going to do a program on that as well. It's kind of an interesting time to ask the question, because the DPP has to demit office by, I think it's September 23rd or September. It's after the election. After September 3rd, she has to leave. It's sometime in September. I can't remember the exact date. So now they've shortlisted these 4 candidates, and they're in the process of completing the interviews. They can't pick a DPP. And you know why? Because you can't have a DPP while there's a sitting DPP. So what they can do is they can recommend, they can say, okay, this is the person that we feel would be best suited for the job. And then it's up to the prime minister or the government for them to appoint that person, but that person cannot act until that appointment is ratified by the governor general. And that's not going to take place before September 3rd. I don't think it's going to take place before September 3rd. What that means is then that the DPP would have to leave and then try and get this person in before the election. And it just wouldn't make any sense. It just would not make any sense. So, but then again, in Jamaica, a lot of things don't make sense and they happen. So that's where we are. Paulette, I'm with you there, Paulette. I'm with you. All right, Elaine, thank you so much. Who else we have here? All right, so folks, before we leave, let's just play this. I don't think Dr. Ben saw. Yeah, I think he may have seen this, but here we go. Let me go back here. We have to leave on a good note,
As
right?
children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learn about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people. A nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices. A nation of many people working as one. A nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Man.
You know, as the man says, we have to do better. And we will. Dr. Ben, close us out, sir.
Beautiful, beautiful video. It's a video that inspires patriotism, and you know, and ignites that feeling of being, you know, proud to be a Jamaican. You know, and so as I said, that you know, in our pledge, we have an anthem and we have a pledge where we continue to reignite this testimony, this commitment that we have, not only to Jamaica, but to all, to the globe. Before God and all mankind, I pledge love and loyalty of my heart. So, you know, as I said, always proud to be Jamaican. Always good to be on the show. Lots of information, and again, it was truly inspiring. And I hope to be here again next week.
God willing, God willing, God willing, my brother. Thanks for being here. Thanks to all of you for your support, for your patience, for your time. And we look forward to seeing you this Saturday when we're going to have more explosive news concerning our Prime Minister and, of course, Minister Vaz and the Rural School Bus Program. And I'll introduce you formally. This was just a sneak peek tonight. I'm going to introduce you to my boss. This boss. All right. So I look forward to seeing you on Saturday. OT, take us out. Take us out.